there we go. We should be good to go. Hi. YouTube's still not connected yet, but that's all good. Let me go ahead and... Actually, let me grab something. I'll be right back. Make things a little easier. Okay, now we're all good to go. Should be. Let me move this mic a little closer. Oh, don't want things to start falling over. Oh, hi. Hello, everyone. Let me go ahead and start that timer of ours. Give some time for more people to roll in. The goal is to try to keep things a little more on schedule. I hope to, introduction stuff at least, or at most, start it by 2:30, or ended by 2:30. So all this introduction stuff, that way we have a good solid while of just actual topic to help things go to plan. I've been trying to sit back and better archive a lot of the previous streams. For example, since Twitch deletes stuff on YouTube, all of my streams are, well, they stay on my streams, all of them. And the nice part about that is that I can go into YouTube, I can change the thumbnails to the actual end product of all of the things we've done, and then from there I can also add timestamps to all of the streams. So I've got some of them done. I'll do a few more after this stream's over, but for now it's slowly moving along. It's coming along. This one for sure will have timestamps once the stream's up and over. That way anyone watching can still watch, as I've definitely been struggling to make videos, or even just, make videos or even shorts. It's like editing. I think editing, I like it. I like the end result of editing, but the overall thing of editing is not my thing. It takes too much time, and I'd rather spend that time either A, programming, or B, art. And it's nice, hopefully, I'm hoping that having the streams as a time-lapse will be very handy. Oh, I forgot to open my thing, hold on. Okay, I didn't miss anything. But yeah, I'm hoping it helps to add to videos and add a way for people to keep up to date with everything, to help smooth things over for people who might not have seen it, especially if 1 year down the line I've done a lot of streams. It'll be nice to just have 15 to 20 minute time lapses of streams, time lapses of previous art streams, as again I've been watching a lot of time lapses recently and they've been super helpful for me. So I'm hoping this will also be very helpful, as while I'm learning, it's also a overall kind of process thing. And with that said, we have about 2:40. Okay. What type of games have you been playing recently? Well, type of games I've been playing. Let's see. And let me pull this up so I'm not forgetting anything. Okay, we're all good. Type of games I've been playing recently? What is it called? It's like a card game? Something card game. Something. Let me see if I can find it. Card game RPG. Steam. It's like a Tales of my memory is failing me at the moment. Let me see if I can find it in my Steam library. Let's see, all of these are sorted. I've been playing it on my Switch, but I definitely did play the demo version on my computer. Let's see if I can find it really quickly. No. Nope. Don't remember what it's called, but it's a card game. It's a, well, I say it's a card game. It's a RPG told through cards. That's the best way to describe it. You don't have to deck build. You don't have to do any of that. It's just the way the story tells itself, and Seeing if I can find it from scrolling back up. Mayhaps. Hopefully. As I definitely would recommend the game. It's fun. I've been having fun. It's silly. A little wacky here and there. And that's everything you could ask for in a fun RPG. I definitely would maybe at one point like to make an RPG. But that is signing up for pain. And, you know, I'm not in the mood for pain. I want to take things a little nice and slowly this time around and do things bit by bit. And no, I cannot find... Let's see if I maybe type demo. Ah, there it is. Voice of Cards. The Dragon Roars. That's what I'm playing here. I'll even type it out just in case you're curious. Voice of Cards. The Isle Dragon Roars. There we go. Very fun. Very good. I recommend it. And with that said, why don't we hop into things? Time is just about done. Let's get into things. Let's get into stuff. Talk about our overall plans, and let me double check that I did do the thing correctly and I did not. Oh boy, okay. Let me fix that by doing a simple move and push. Gotta go over here, grab a few things. I thought I did this previously, apparently not. I try to keep a checklist with me, that way I can remember everything, but sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. Good news is I did have it downloaded and everything, so we're all good to go. I will go ahead and transition. Alright, here we are. Stream plans are as they were yesterday, but a little bit different this time around. The way things are going to work is we're going to do our Pixelart of the day, which is a 5-minute segment I do. After that, we're going to briefly talk about resources, and after that, we're going to talk about our overall, the goals, the plans. You can see up here on screen, up there. Barrels, flowers, shelves, wall deco. Now, I'm not sure about flowers, but maybe some sort of plant, maybe some dead plants or something. I want to make sure it feels like a necromancy place, a necrotic place for sure. And speaking of, I just realized something and I don't want to forget it. Let me type it down. In, what is it? In something. It's a card game. Moonstone Island. The wizard hut guy. As that interior was nice looking. And I want to see if I can find it again. That wizard hut interior. Waldo house. I want to type that in. Do I get an inside look? Will you let me? No. I don't think it will. But the interior of this pixel art house is nice, and I think it'd be nice to look at. But can't find it, so we'll move on. After that, creation, and that'll be the end of that. Alright. Here we go for Pixelart of the day. We go into our concepts app. And we should be good to go in that aspect. Let me go ahead and slide this over to the left so I can see it and it is clear in my eyes. Okay. So Pixelart of the day is a segment I like to do 5 minutes, and let me go ahead and do 6 minutes just so I can explain what's going on in the 5 minutes to actually do it. How does that sound? Oh, 56. There we go. And there. There's a timer there. That's up there. We're all good to go. Pixelart of the day is just a thing where I go through either Pinterest or Twitter, find an art piece that I like, and then we spend 5 minutes trying to dissect it and talk about maybe the silhouettes up here, design, color, shapes, lighting, talk about the readability, technique, purpose, try to just go through things and see what we can parse about the pixel art and see, alright, this looks like nice pixel art, but why is it nice pixel art? That sort of thing. Hi Toolshed, welcome back. So saying that, it's a thing of, I think the best way to learn something, if you're not actively doing it, is to actively see it. So if you want to get better at games, you need to play a lot of games. If you want to get better at pixel art, you need to see a lot of pixel art. And I think actively trying to dissect and take apart pixel art is the best way to get better at it if you're not actually drawing, especially if you're really busy. I try to do these 5 minutes even when I'm not streaming. Well, so with that said, we can take a look. Oh, and actually, before we even do the 5 minutes, let me pause that timer, as I do want to show you something very briefly. This is a game called Bloomtown. It is coming out on the 24th, so in a few days. I just wanted to show it off as I like the art. Go here. Yep. I just wanted to briefly show off the game. It's a JRPG. Ooh, right here. I just wanted you to see the pixel art. Isn't it nice? And it comes out in a few days. Thinking maybe it'd be fun to play on stream, I don't know. But I definitely am excited to just see all of these. We turn this down even more. Definitely am excited to get screenshots of all of these areas and just take them apart. Okay, that said now, back to concept. Alright. Now we can actually start the timer. Let me make sure my pen's on. We're all good to go. Okay, so first things first, I like to take a step back and ask what feeling I get from the artwork, what colors are most primary. For this one, I'm kind of getting like a rustic feel, right? It kind of reminds me of maybe an antique store. It's the feel I'm getting. Let me go ahead and add a layer. So maybe antique store. We zoom in. Maybe artifacts. Artifacts. Artifacts place. I'm thinking that because you can kind of see there's a lot of weird stuff going on, right? That's why I also chose it, as it's kind of like a witchy place. I'm getting a witchy feel from it. There's this sort of bone, ooh, there's a skull, there's a little hand, and oh, that's adorable too. There's a little hand as if it's a pet. And I just feel a lot of character from it, right? Let's say there's a lot of character, a lot of little details. Character, tiny details. Character, R-A-C-T-E-R, and details. E-A-I-L-S. Right. One of the reasons I also wanted to look at this as, right now my cafe is looking pretty bare and I want to add some details. So speaking of, let's talk about technique. What do you spot? Technique is, I'd say, the way things are drawn. For example, pixel art, there's different methods you can use, different shapes and patterns. Up here, for example, there's a blobs going on in this clock to make it look old. All these kind of blobs in the background, just adding character and flavor to the room instead of making it all nice and shiny. There's some of these going on. There's little waves, they're not perfectly straight. And it adds to a kind of eroded feeling. It's not the best way to describe it. So let's say they use a lot of blobs and splotches. That's how I best describe it. Blobs. Oops. Blobs. Oops. Blobs. And splotches. O-C-H-E-S. Colors. We were just talking about colors. I definitely think the colors blend well. There's a lot of colors going on, but if you squint, I think the most primary colors are probably brown and green. That's my best guess. Brown, green, and maybe this kind of other color. Maybe it's like a purple? It's kind of brown, right? So we'll say brown and green. And brown and green really go well together. We'll do brown plus green. It definitely gives off that very old feel, I'd say. What else do we have going on here? There's a little skull. Can't zoom in too much. But overall, I am definitely getting a antique-ish feel. You can kind of see the wood is eroding, right? Some of these, oops. It'll let me. Some of these tiles are not completely perfect. It looks aged. Maybe that's the best way to describe it. Hi, D-Cat. Welcome, welcome. Let's say this art piece is aged. I'd call it aged. Oops. A-G-E-D. Aged. I think age is definitely a good way to describe it. Feels old, but it feels nice. It feels comfy. I'm getting a comfy feeling from it, and I think that's because of how warm the colors are. Hi, Colonel. Welcome, welcome. So, yeah, I think maybe the feeling I'm getting from it is comfy. We can call it that. How else would you describe this, do you think? I'm getting a feeling of E-E-L-I-N-G, feeling comfort. Oops, comfort. F-O-R-T. And I think it's because the colors are warm. Right? That's a very warm brown. And then overall adds to a nice feeling. If the colors were different, for example, maybe a cooler brown, it would feel less comfy. I would even go and say maybe this is a warm green, possibly, just looking at it. I'm still learning about colors, but I definitely think colors play a very valuable part. But just the little things and little doodads is what I want to take inspiration from. I really like as well this part here, this banister. I think that's a really neat feature. These banisters in the corner and everything, it adds to it feeling like a enclosed location. And that's something I think my game's lacking right now. And I think we can definitely maybe take inspiration from this. And oh, hold on, Chris. Okay, we're all good. That'll be the pixel art of the day though. 5 minutes. And let me go ahead and just select all this, move it down. Welcome to stream, everyone. Glad to have you here. How are you all doing? Oh, I selected everything, it seems. Hold on. Let me grab you. Again. Possibly like that. Wonderful. Great. Okay. I am definitely excited to see more of the game, though. Kind of very nice to look at. Alright, with that done, let's briefly discuss some resources, and then we'll be good to go. And I'll go back into this screen. Here. And in the description, or you can just type !docs. But in the description of the YouTube video, there is a study document with things that you might find to be helpful. This is what I use to do my studies and research before hopping into this. Buildings, interiors, drawings. This is just overall basic pixel art stuff. All of this is free unless it says a price. Down here is a place I go to practically daily now. This right resource. It is a place you can go to for pixel art from games that have been grabbed. And up here I have some very popular pixel art games. For example, Stardew Valley, which we'll be looking at. It has all of the sprites from the games. And you can download the games, or download the sprites into your thing of choice, into your drawing place of choice, be it GIMP, Aseprite, or something else like, what is it, Adobe? And they're helpful because you can get a really big look. For example, in the pixel art of the day, when we looked at it, I couldn't really get in close, and it wasn't very crystal clear on the look of the pixels, but you can download all of these pixel assets straight from the source, and you'll be able to see it clearly, and it's nice because then it's one-to-one, and you'll be able to better get a feel of how the pixel art looks. That said, lastly, usually I have a lot of references for itch, but I couldn't find many for building interiors, so I just have this one here that I think we might use today from Penzilla, and it's just interior objects such as chairs, sofas, utensils, I think, yeah, food utensils, pots, stoves, all of those things. And again, itch.io is free. Now there is some assets that aren't free, but you'll know. All of these assets here, if you're a game dev, you're probably very familiar with itch.io, but free assets, and there's also games on here. And speaking of games, while we're here, let's see if I do this. Does it work? Ah, does not. Shame. Alright then, let's see if I search me. Oh, I say, I'll need to get up there. But my game that I am currently working on, here on my itch, this is the game that we're working on. It has the type part of Necrotype, but it doesn't have the cafe part, and that's what we're working on. The cafe for the Necrotype Cafe portion. Right now it's got the type though, so the actual spell casting mechanic, and you can go ahead and try it by just clicking run game. All of that said and good to go, let's go ahead and talk about today's goals. And let me move us over to Pura. And actually, let's go to Aseprite first. Let's go back a little bit. Let me go ahead and make sure all of this is good to go and like that. Aseprite. Alright, so this is what we did yesterday. We made a basic outline. Let me go ahead and hide these little wizard guys. We have some tables, some chairs. They're supposed to be crates. I think our step one is making sure these look more like crates. We won't worry about this spellcasting area as I'm not sure how I want the final product to look. So for right now, we're focusing on the cafe part of cafe, and we'll work on the back room another time. But I want to add decoration and lights and more feel to the area, so maybe some cobwebs and spiders. Make it a little bit more spooky, like you're walking to a Halloween store without it actually being Halloween. And with that said, now let's go into Puref. Up here. Since this is going to be very goth aesthetic, I have some gothy feels. Now, the idea is that you start off with it looking very basement-y, but as the game goes on, and as you get more popularity or something else, maybe a certain currency, I was thinking maybe you get paid in knowledge, or maybe some students help you out in upgrading the basement, it starts to look more like you envisioned, or the main character envisioned, where it's very gothy, you have a lot of statues and stone, and it'll feel nice compared to just feeling like a basement. Down here we have some crates that we looked at and we'll need to look at again. More just ideas for basement ideas, basement feels. And then here is some pixel art rooms we have to look at. Again, look at all of the little doodads, right? You have some love potions, I'm guessing this is. Maybe we can add a broom to it as well. Have books, cups. It just adds character to it instead of it just being very empty, which it is right now. There's just a lot of decoration. So today is mainly decoration. And with that said, let me move this to the side. We can go back to Aseprite. I'll get some coffee. And we will get started. Look at that. 30 minutes before. Well, not 30 minutes before, but before 2:30. So we're on good track. Let me go ahead and do this. Okay. I think step one is crate. And let me go ahead and zoom out, zoom in. Push this a little bit. And see where it takes us. Go ahead and pause that. Zoom in a little bit and coffee time. Coffee that I forgot to stir, so it was very bitter. Wow. Let's try that again. Far better. Oh boy. Okay, so I've tried on here some tiling. That'd be handy as when you edit one of the parts, it edits everything, which is nice. For example, if I do this, look at that. I don't have to go in and copy and paste everything because it's all on a tile sheet. So I wanted to edit this crate. As I've been told, it doesn't look like a crate. It looks like a chair, which is good. It doesn't look like a crate, and we're going for crate. And before we get started, let me go ahead and make sure where is it at? View, preview. Here we go. So you can get a preview of the cafe and all its wonderful shiny glory. Maybe I can zoom in a little bit. Yep, yay, more Pixelart streams. Welcome back, Dungeons and Termination. That's a great name. Yep, more Pixelart streams. This is great. It's always fun. Trying to figure out how to put this on screen. My head's kind of in the way. All this hair. But this should be good. Okie dokie. Let's go ahead and try to get these crates adjusted. Now I have some references for crates, and it's a little tricky as this is on a perspective, but let's see. And just to be safe, let's go ahead and duplicate this. So we have a copy in case things don't go to plan. And then, crate. Okay, what I'm looking at, the crate's kind of outlined. Maybe we can do some sort of outline like this. Oops. Some sort of outline like this, and then kind of has diagonal lines for the crate itself. Okay, maybe what we could do is do this. It kind of feels a little bit more like a crate already, right? maybe what we can do is add lines. Like, ooh, lines are a little tricky. Shouldn't be too bad. Maybe then we can do some of these. I think that feels more like a crate. I'm kind of getting more crate-ish feels compared to, let me go ahead and get this guy down since it's a little bit easier. Oh, wrong one. Great. Comparing these two, which one looks more like a crate, do you think? I kind of feel like the left one feels a little bit more crate-like. You can kind of see it up here, the difference. So then if we do the same thing up here, it'd be all of this is crate, and then but we need a darker outline, right? So maybe it's kind of a little hard to do an outline up here. Maybe something like that. Nah, I definitely do think this is working for crate. And I think we can go ahead and do light colors up there to show off crate. Maybe even the dark colors, but nah, I think light colors works. If anything, that kind of feels more crate-like, doesn't it? The line across. And then, yeah, hold on. Maybe something like that can work. Or we start down here, and then let me get a different color to make it a little bit easier to see. Maybe something like this. Kind of looks like an S. Alright, maybe something more akin to this then. 1, 2, 1, 2. Like that, possibly? And then this would kind of maybe go up top, and this would go up bottom. And then you can kind of get these dots back, and then this is now the light area versus the dark area. And how does that look? I'm wondering. I definitely think these could feel more crate-ish if we created it a little bit better. So let's see. If all of this is dark, like this, oops. How does this look? I definitely think it looks more like a crate than our other ones, but I think that solid line was really helpful. Let's go ahead and try that again. Let's just start out with a basic line since we already have our backup right there in case we need it. Let's just go ahead and draw this all out and fill this line in. And now let's see. I am thinking I really liked that streak across. Maybe something like, oops, like this, but you can kind of see it looks a little funny, right? Kind of more blob down there than up there. Maybe something like this-ish. Yes. Looks like a swirl. Okay. If we do this, the line looks funny. I didn't notice that until now. If I do this, oh, well. I guess it's the way tile maps work? I don't know, but working properly now. And let's just go ahead and draw over it, like that. And I think that looks a lot better. And then I'm thinking a few more lines, maybe. One here, and then maybe one here to show off. But we want to make sure we have a border, right? We can go ahead and, oops, wrong layer. Can I merge this down? I don't think I could, yeah. Okay, fine, I'll play by your rules. Just do some of this then. Oops, like that. And go ahead and get rid of this layer copy, like so. And now, about an outline. That's what I'm thinking. We do an outline like this. Like that. Kind of helps with making it look more crate-ish, I think. Right, a little bit more at least. Maybe even one more. One more each side. How does that look? Nah. I think this helped. But we need a little something extra. Maybe we can take this color and add it. Just change the variation around, I think. Would help a little bit in making it feel more crate. More crate, less brick block, I feel like. Maybe we can even do this. That definitely looks more like a crate, doesn't it? Maybe we can make... A few sides need to be a little bit brighter than they currently are. For sure. But I think this works a little bit more in our favor. It's just a matter of figuring out colors. And colors are a little tricky, but I always find them fun. Just a matter of going through and trying to figure out where are my colors at. For example, this is lighter. So maybe it kind of shows up a little bit lighter up here compared to the darker area. Kind of helps a little bit. And then maybe there's darkness under here. Like, oops. This? I don't think that's too bad. It kind of looks like it's popping out, right? Yeah, it's not too shabby. Not too shabby, I'd say. And then up here... Yeah, it kind of looks more like a crate when you zoom out compared to the other one. I'm kind of getting more of a X feel, but it kind of also looks curved in a way, right? When I zoom out, I'm feeling more curves, if anything. So maybe we can lessen that curve feel to make it feel more like an X. For example, maybe we can do this. Kind of, sort of. It kind of helped. When I zoom back out, kind of looks like an angry face now, doesn't it? Let's see. Maybe you can do curves. Maybe it's a little fancy. Well, to be a little fancy here and there. And then up here, let's see. Last time I did blocks. So if I do all of this in one color, and then maybe, crate. How can I do a crate? Maybe we can do cross again. Like that? No. Might not be able to do a little crate design up here. Just fine, since it's so tiny. It doesn't matter too much, again, since people are also sitting on it. Not too bad if we can't figure out something. And we can always imply as well. It is a tactic. Implying a shape without actually being a shape. It doesn't need to be too much detail. I think detail here on the side is nice because you'll be seeing the side. But because they'll be sitting on the top, not so much. So maybe doing this line that we had up here is fine. At least for the top. And just even a single addition kind of makes it a little bit. So I'm thinking, yeah, let's keep this. I think this looks a little bit better than this one. What do you think? The left or right? Let me get more coffee. Ooh, I forget what flavor. Oh no, this is a mint chocolate chip, I think. Mint cookie. Okay, so we can go ahead and grab this guy and just go ahead and replace him. All these guys can get replaced because this tile map makes it super duper easy. And I'm looking at it from very far though. I don't know. I do like the way it's very low contrast. Now it's kind of very dark. As in, I'm pretty sure my eyes. Yeah, you see how it's kind of darker now here at the side? Which kind of helps as this is the darker portion. But I don't know. Maybe it has to grow on me. I think I will be able to keep these, right? If I erase you. Yeah, okay. So we do have them, and we also do have our backups. So what do you think? Here. Let me go ahead and do that. Let's see. Here. Yeah. Also the seats. Did all the seats get copied? Oh no. Hold on. I think I messed with the seating. Changes a little bit too much. Undo. All of you are the wrong ones. Hold on. This seat needs to be like this seat. And they're off for some reason. Let me go ahead and modify. Or what would it be? Add? Modify and reuse existing tiles. If I go ahead and just take this tile in. Oh, all our tiers are gone. Hold on. Maybe I can don't modify existing tiles. And then if I just copy and paste like that, I think they're at the center. So if I just do this, I think that's part of the tile. I think I might have to move it. Oh, that looks, I'm looking. It looks like it's good. Let me zoom in a little bit. Yeah, that looks like the center. Okay. So then we can just take this tile, get rid of it, and then use it as a brush. And compare and contrast. Here. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to work on the seating more. Not now, but soon, TM, as... yeah. Okay. Yeah, definitely adds more texture, and I don't know if more texture is what we want. As again, we want the characters to shine and pop. That's why the floor doesn't have much texture, and that's why the wall doesn't have much texture. Like the new design, it feels more like, see, do you think so? I feel like I'm getting more crate. I'm just not sure if it's enough detail, but thank you, Colonel. Yeah, for now, let's keep it and see where it gets us. And saying that, let's go ahead and just get this eyeball reference as... let me do you for the side. I mean, right now, it doesn't matter too much about the table sides. Kind of meshes all together as, again, we're looking at the tops. So for now, we're good. And since we're good, let's work on some more wall additions. And I was thinking, and well, tiling does work initially, since this is all the walls and their tiles. I think just adding a layer and just adding on top of that is a little bit easier than trying to copy and paste, since these are kind of random additions. One other part I wanted to add as well was the bottom of... change the bottom's color again to something a little bit either... let's see. If I go in here and go to color mode, you can kind of see her feet blend in. I want to change it so it's either a little brighter or a little darker. Like this back color, maybe? So if I undo... oops. If I undo that and go to wall, highlight this part and... oops, undo. Modify existing. Now you can kind of see her feet better, right? It's a little easier. If I go back into color mode, her feet are more noticeable. It's not too bad you can't notice them too much, but I definitely think it's a little bit easier to notice them now. And that said, entrance. Let's try working on entrance. I think that'd be a nice place to start. Let's see. Entrance, we're kind of trying to figure out a idea-wise, and I'm thinking maybe some torches against the wall. That would require some sort of color, with light, I'm thinking. And let me make sure the colors are good. This is the entrance, so this guy right here is the one we should be working on. Okay. Like flames, I'm thinking, like kind of flames. Flames, torches. Let me see about some torches references. You have some lamps in here, but I'm thinking medieval. Like some candles on the wall sort of feel. And let me look up some candle on the wall references. Where are we at? As it's kind of a thing of, well, you could do, lights can go different ways, and also lights can add character. I'm thinking candle for the whole goth feel. You could do candles as like magical glowing things. You could do candles like, or not candles, light, as a lightning bug in a jar. The Pixelart. What am I looking for? Candle on wall. And what do we got? What do we got? What is this? Pixelart object set. Ah, interesting, interesting. Not specifically what we need, but it is nice. And I think it definitely gives me some ideas, just the overall outline. I'm kind of thinking of Minecraft's torch on the wall. So we can go ahead and go to here. And if Gabby was just our example student, let me go back up here, move her here. If she comes down, maybe moves down here, or maybe even just appears here and steps down. That's kind of the idea I want with the characters. And I think up here, what was it? Here? Or was it here? There's some examples here. I'm looking for stairways. There's a stairway here, you can kind of see. Stairway here. What was it from? don't think I can recall the stairway. There was a certain stairway I was looking at. I was trying to pull up references so I could have stuff prepped. Let's see. Is it in here, perhaps? A stairway? Stairway? If we like looking at all of these assets, and you can get these in Sprite Resource. I'm looking for stairs, and I don't know if this has stairs. It definitely has a lot of little doodads, which is nice. But stairs does not, I don't think. I'm looking. We have some beds, tables, chairs. Stairs? We're out of luck for stairs. Let's try looking, perhaps, here in building. Let's see. Assets. And would it be in here? Stairway, stairway, stairway. Nope. I'm trying to remember. Oh, I think I remember. I think I can recall. It is in here. Yep. Here. This stairway from Penzilla on the Itch. And you can kind of see with the stairs at least. There's like a top part, right? And there's the back. There's a top, back. And for my stairway, there is a top. And that's it. So I'm wondering if maybe we should have a little bit more top. And a little bit more back to kind of help show off that it is a stairway. It definitely is a different view, right? You're kind of looking top down more at this stairway compared to ours, which is more straight on. But the rest of the perspective is top down. So that's why I'm thinking maybe the stairway should be a little bit more top down as well to kind of match the perspective that we have going on. Go ahead and maybe give it a go. For example, this might be the rim. And then if we add a darker color, like maybe we'll just take this. Oh no, we can't. That is already the darker color. Alright, let's try going a little darker here. A little darker. We don't want to match the shoe color. And I think this works. Color mode, grayscale. Yep, that works. This is kind of the bottom of the stair idea. Yeah, okay. So every time it goes out, that's a new stair. It would be this is the bottom. And then up here is the top part of the stair. Yeah, it definitely looks different immediately when I do that. Instead, let's try doing this as the top part, and maybe this is a bottom, and this is a top part, and this is a bottom. Okay. I'm realizing slowly but surely. We need a wall at the bottom. So for example, this is the bottom, and then this is the wall. Oops. Then this is the wall, and then this is the top. Kinda looks a little bit better. Let me remove Gabby for a second, as she would be standing on... Make her stand on floor. I think that's a good start. The flooring would be here. This was the top of the stairway. You can knock down it here. We have the... You can see a side. And I think that's what we're missing, seeing a side area. I think is very handy. For example, this is the top, this is the side, this is the bottom. The top, this is the side, this is the bottom. Well, it kind of just repeats where this is the bottom, that's the side, that's the top. And it kind of goes back in space a little bit. Probably can move this out one more to help. It better look like a stairway, a little bit more identifiable. Let's see. You're just looking for a stream to chill in while you do classwork? Hi, Dirk. Welcome. Glad to help. Nice chillaxed feel. That is what I hope to provide. Yeah. Welcome. So this is the bottom. This is the side. This is the top. That's what I'm thinking. But it's like, is it really? Because when you're looking up, right? Because it's going up in perspective, you can't see the top. I think this works. Oops. I think this is working. It kind of gets a little bit taller, a little bit harder to see. This is still bottom. Oops. This is still bottom. And I feel like that kind of helps it feel more stairsy, because you can kind of see the top more. Or maybe it's more so it looks like it's turning in space. Maybe we need less top, more side. Yeah, I think that's a little better. We'll put Gabby back on screen. Here. You're still on top. If we move this to top. Yeah, stairs are weird. Agree. Make sure. Okay, yeah. Yeah, stairs. I don't do stairs often. I've done stairs once, and then I did it again. That's just a quick redo. But, I mean, not too bad. It is bad, though. But not feeling pain, quite as much pain as I did with the walls. Let's see. This would be a side. Oops. Assistant seats. Wrong place. We need entrance, which is you guys. Okay. So this would be a, oops. This would be a side, I'm thinking. And I like that a little bit better, I think. Where it looks like, because it's so far back, it's kind of going up. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you like it. I think that helps as well. The stairs kind of look like they're getting taller because they're going back in space more. Or at least that is my excuse for why it looks like it. Right, it kind of, well, no, as something's going further away, it gets smaller. Well, never mind. My logic does not compute. Let's go ahead and just get rid of that. It would get smaller as it goes back in space. So we can go ahead and merge down this with the entrance and then push it a bit down like that. Probably even one more down. Because again, it's just going back in space. So it gets smaller, like that. And then as it gets closer to you, it gets bigger. Well, that makes a little bit more sense. Let's go ahead and roll this back on. And I saw something up in here. For the upcoming coding stream, what coding language are you using? I'm using Godot, GD script. It's very similar to Python, I'd say. Or, not I'd say, that's what I've been told. It's very similar to Python. GD script is the coding language that most people use for Godot, but some people do use C+. It's either C++ or C++. Back onto Gabby. Player movement. Done that before a few times, but it should be nice. I'm hoping it'll be quick. That way we can work on maybe spotting the customers and everything. But I want to make sure we have a world we can move in. Back here with Gabby. Alright. I think this looks a lot better. They'll probably be spawned right here. Maybe we have a walking animation that they step down to, and now they're in the world. And then they can walk around and go and sit and do all of their nice customer things. And I think that looks nice. Hi, how do you say that? Would it be maybe Konra? Or Konar? Possibly? It looks Russian, if I had to guess. Let's see. This is the table. Human. Ah, is that what it means? Interesting. Interesting for sure. Let's see. Oh, not a human. Me at least. We have her up here. Goes down, and yeah, I think that works. Next up is figuring out our torches. So we can go back to our entrance up here. I don't think we have to be too detailed, as again, when something's further away and when there's less light, we don't need much detail. But what we can do, and I think would be fun, do I true discard? What do you mean? If you don't mind me asking. Let's see. I'm thinking maybe what we can do is have some... I'm thinking maybe what we can have is some... There we go. Don't really need trolls. It feels like a lot more trolls recently. Okay, so I'm thinking some lights, right? Maybe it's like light coming from outside. Oops. Definitely looks spooky now that I add the eye. It looks like eyes, doesn't it? But it kind of looks like an entrance spooky, is what I'm thinking. Like an entrance door they're coming from. And it goes very back in space. If I go back on here, you can kind of see in concepts. Or not concepts, pure F. Wrong one. You can kind of see, this is what I'm thinking the entrance might look like. Like either there's some light coming from the door, or it's completely blocked off. And I'm thinking it's some part out in the far back, as I'm thinking the campus is really big. So they can't really get to it in time, or they at least don't look because it's so big, it's so old. Let's see. Go back and reopen my Firefox just so I can see chat a little bit better. And alright. So if we do more of a sort of arched feel, kind of like that a little bit. We maybe add more like that. It kind of looks like it's coming from very far away. If we do a darker color, it would kind of help with making it a little bit less noticeable. It's just a matter of what are we going for? And in saying that, I'm thinking this archway definitely will look nice, and we can kind of also embellish it a little bit. And I can go back to on top of our entrance. Maybe we can have some pillars to show off that it is an entrance. For example, maybe the pillars are this big. Some big pillars to show off, hey, this is the entrance. This is what you're getting. And then maybe you can either do an arched way. It's like, I do like arches, but at the same time, it's like, This looks nice, I do think. But if we want to add maybe some perspective, well, we don't really need perspective, do we? It is top down. That's the goal we're going for. And if it's the instead of entrance maybe to design, yep. That's what I'm thinking as well, I agree. Gonna need to add something to spice it up a little bit, I think. Trying to figure out the top of the pillar, but I'm thinking it's some sort of pillar that you can see the top of. Maybe something like that, and then all of this is top pillar for the entrance. To show off that, hey, this is a pillar entrance. Let's see. Who better to look at for dungeony entrances than probably Undertale, but first I'm gonna look at some on here, as I did have some on Puref. And let me get some coffee. For example, you can kind of see here the stairway is moved around, kind of swerved, and here you can see what I was talking about with the top of the entrance. This is a round part of the pillar. A lot of these are pillars, and I definitely think pillars are going to be the way to make it very gothy. Let's see if we can spot another one. We have some wood. I'm thinking maybe, no, it's more of a house decor feel. Up here, any houses? Or not houses, but entrances. These are more modern, which is a little unfortunate. This one kind of has wooden stairway. A lot of these are wooden stairways, but I'm thinking stone stairway. So maybe a wooden stairway would be a nice idea. Just to have a little bit of change. The nice thing is, like, for here, we don't really have to have decoration if we don't want to, as maybe it's more ominous to just have black and make it feel like, hey, this is an entrance. You know this is an entrance. We don't really need to say it's an entrance. And we can go back on here. I always think it's about where to put your time into. As, do I want to worry about an entrance, or do I want to work on making sure the food looks nice? Even here, it's like the entrance is just the walk-in. And on Chrono Trigger, what do we have? Guessing this just goes up to different places. You go down, go up, looking for entrance, and kind of, again here you can kind of see, I think this is wood. It's supposed to be more of a wooden texture. There's an arch for a door. I'm kind of getting wooden arch feels. And let's see. I think we can go ahead and close this one. We don't need that one anymore. Alright. In that case, we want maybe a stony feel. Maybe what we can do is have the stone come out. And maybe a sort of pattern like this, where the stone is forming around. And we can go with this lighter tone for now. It's just something to have the stone look like it's interacting with everything, but not quite. Like that, and come up, and then like, oops, like this, and come up. And like that, and come up, and just go back and forth. So it's a mini brick pattern. And then from there, I think it's good. Maybe we don't even, that's what I'm thinking. It's like, do we need to have, oops, light? And that's just that is nah, I don't think so. And in saying that, I'll show you what I mean in 1 second. Making sure these are kind of lined up properly. Going up and taking a left. Going up, taking a right. And going back and forth until we reach about up here. In which case, we come down. And then all of this can be blocked out, I'm thinking, just as a pop. But it looks like it's coming out is the hope I'm trying to make. Maybe one more wide, and then, oof, it's probably gonna have to be a little offset, or at least, or like that, and then these bricks would come up, like that, oops. Whereas the entrance goes, for example, it could just be this, and that's entrance. Definitely looks ominous. This outline, though, I'm not really feeling it. I definitely think entrance can just be dark, right? Maybe even remove a few more of those stairs, and we can go ahead and do that. Just a entranceway where all of a sudden, they pop in. You can see as well her hat. So maybe the entrance even goes down a bit. To show off that they're popping in. I think that's a little bit too high. Yeah. Probably that. I think undo. That's good. And then they appear here and then can walk down. This outline layer, I'm not really feeling it. I think needs more work. So maybe let's try filling all of this in. And I definitely think this looks a lot better than we had. We add some arch here. I'm thinking maybe more of a stony fill. The thing of how to do stony fill. The values right now are a little all over the place. If we go back into our color mode, it's kind of dark. Kind of fits the outline of everything to show that it is back in space. And then when we toggle her on, it definitely stands out, and I think that's good. Oops. I think that's working. Maybe we can just make, maybe we can make the back of this entrance just that color to show maybe it's entering from the great beyond. And I think that works. We just need a outline for this guy, and maybe what we can do is take this here and do that. I kind of like that a little bit. Maybe, It's an interesting perimeter. Maybe we can do wood. If I do save it and then make the outline wood-based, how will that look? I keep thinking it's like the color of the floor blends in with the wall in a weird way. Do you think? I mean, that's good. If it is blending in, that's good for telling me. Thank you. We can definitely work on that a little bit to change up the colors. Thinking maybe something like that. It kind of looks like it's blending or leaning out or so. That doesn't look too bad. I definitely don't think it's the thing it needs. And I do like how simple this outline is. And I feel like it helps move everything together in a nice way. That's sad. Let's see about adding a bit of a different change to the walls. Oops. So many wizards. Let me move these guys. Oops. Up a little bit. And go ahead and toggle that off. Move them up there. And they're a little less visible. As far as the walls go, let's see. We put Gabby here. Customers are there. She's against the wall. Color mode. Grayscale. The walls are a little bit darker. Maybe they're not dark enough. I was hoping that trim that we have across the bottom would help in making, well, as if it was just also brick at the bottom. It would definitely blend in a little bit more. I didn't see maybe about changing the colors to be maybe more purple. One thing I was looking at least when we were looking at the pixel art of the day, we go back to, where is it at? Private concepts. Here. Look at the outline for this. It's not violent purple like we have it. Maybe we can try that and see how that outline looks compared to everything else. We go back into Aseprite. For example, if we have all of this at the bottom, we can go ahead and do, what is this, entrance? Merge down. But if this is like at the bottom here, maybe we can add some more bottom fills. If this is coming across here, it kind of feels, or at least I'm hoping maybe, feels like you're going into space. So if the customers are spaced around the room, I'm glad you do. I wanted to make sure that they actually did work in the environment. I don't have any textures yet. Once the textures get added, oh boy. Says, huh? Oh, hold on. I mean, it is a spooky environment. Oh, yes, I think so. Some little alien child. Oh, wrong screen. It's meant to be a spooky place. It's more spooky than Mandrake's pet hands mimic chest. Got this head in a glass too. Sounds very spooky. Okay. Look over to Aseprite. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe having some of these rafts would be a good idea. It could add some character to the place. And then maybe a darker outline. Not too dark. Maybe a darker outline is what we need. For example, I can go ahead and... Oops. It would be darker. Maybe something a little more... that? We definitely want it to pop out. Grayscale. I definitely think maybe a little bit brighter, maybe a little bit warmer. Maybe something like that is a little bit better. And if we go back to our wall, change all of that. Definitely feels different, doesn't it? With the purple. I don't know if it's better. Maybe if it were reddish, maybe we can make this darker or purple. Colors definitely change a lot of things. I'll add this here in case we want to change it back, but for now, I'm thinking maybe this can be helpful in adding more flair to everything. Make sure I have the right, oops, flair. And we go back up here to this guy. There, oops, there, and there. It kind of adds a different feel, I think, for sure. The wall, though, maybe change the wall a little bit. If the wall, or maybe, and I was messing around with this last time, but we can go up in here and go into our effects and where's it at? Adjustments, and do saturation. You can kind of change the feel of the wall. So violent. Maybe we can make it darker. Right now it's this color. We make it this color. What do you think? Does it make it feel a little bit better than what it was? Lower that saturation completely. Adding the light, okay. Maybe not light. Definitely add some more grim feel, I can say. We go back to 0. And then I can do, okay. It applies it to everything though, unfortunately. I have to copy, undo, and paste. And now we should be good to go. And that doesn't look too bad, I think. We can just grab this guy from the wall and apply it to the edges. Before and after, I don't think I have a comparison chart, but let me go ahead and grab one from concepts. That'll be a little bit easier. And we can kind of see which one might look a little bit nicer. I did save a screenshot, so we have this one. And then we have, if we go back into Aseprite and hide the wizards just for a second, move Gabby over here so we can get a easier comparison. And then crop it here and go back into concepts. We have this one. He looks a bit better. That's good. Let's see. Back in concepts. Yeah, I think I would agree. I think it makes it look grimmer. The idea behind this is making it look maybe purplish, but looking at them side by side, I think the one that's a little bit more dull definitely helps with making everything else pop out. Because I do like this, but I think it was a little bit too messy. Yeah, I think this one works a little bit better overall. Yep. Okay, as far as crates are concerned, yeah, I think the new crates are growing on me. Okay, so let's add some details and decorations, I think, and then also add an outline for the wall. And let's go back into Aseprite. For this, we can go ahead and add some decoration. For example, back at our, what is this? This is our, what can we even call this? Maybe, what is it called? Rafters? Or what is it called when it's the, what is it? The thing, the heading, the board above you, above your head, that hangs over. For now, just say hangover. Hangover. For now, till I realize what it is. But these can kind of, I'm thinking, just support the fact that you're in a dark environment and dark area. This here, maybe what we can do is also do it that dark color. Definitely makes it pop out less. Maybe we can do this. Boarding. No, maybe? That doesn't sound right, but it might be boarding. It's the, I'm thinking maybe it's rafters is the word I'm thinking of. Our shoes definitely don't blend in. I think it doesn't blend in except for the, some stuff kind of blends in. Go back in here in color mode. No, we're good. Okay. Let's add some more dark spots, I'm thinking. Maybe wall. Here. I'm just adding kind of random splotches. A little bit of variation without it being necessarily on the thing. For example, maybe we can have a spot up here that's a crack. That maybe, perhaps. Does that work? Ooh, that does work. Rafters. Okay, good. Glad I got it correct. Took a second, but eventually it was remembered. I'm going to grab the right colors. Just making it look like it's deep in here. Adding some lighting. Does this help in adding a feeling of doom and gloom when there's sort of different spots? I want it to look a little bit more worn and torn than it already does. I'm just going in maybe trying out some additional dark spots. Add a little bit more flavor to everything, as you could tell with that shop had a lot of character. So I want this place to feel like it has some character. Make it feel a little bit older than it actually is, as it's a little worn and torn, right? Maybe we can go ahead and do here. Do a small multiply layer. It looks like a little bit of staining kind of going on over the top. Staining kind of dripping down. Maybe a bit of a different color. Just some staining is what I'm thinking at the top of the... Yeah. Maybe make it a little bit smaller. It kind of looks a little bit better. Dripping stains. Probably gonna have to be lower opacity, even lower. Probably like this, and maybe not purple. Not even purple. Oh boy. I want this color. Oh, because it's multiply rate. Is that why? Yep. Normal. Maybe we can try for a greener feel. This is all green. Oops, undo. That's all greeny mosh. Moss. If I lower this. Yeah, that kind of feels a little bit better, I think. That's a little bit of character to the wall. Not too much, but just texture. Looking for to add a little bit of texture to the overall feel of the environment, where it kind of looks a little bit like some tops of it haven't quite fully been polished, as she has cleaned, but there's only so much you can do, at least initially. Add some more mossy spots, the overall environment. What's the goal here? Some areas that have yet to be truly scrubbed. And the nice part is you can kind of see it. It's not very obvious, and I think that's good, as I want it to be subtle. I want a very subtle feel to the top part, at least. As again, the goal is to look at the customers, but I want some character in the overall area. I want it to feel very dungeon-esque. Maybe add some parts down here where you can see a sort of stain kind of going on. Maybe some more cracks. The thing is, I won't change the table positions, but the actual look of the tables will change to be more fancy overall. I'm not sure about the permanent part of the position. Oops, that's way too zoomed out. I'm not too sure about the overall location of everything, so I'm still keeping them basic. Once we make sure that this is where we want our tables to be, then we'll do the upgraded tables once we get to that part. As again, it's still a prototype area, but I've been coding for the past few weeks, so I wanted a bit of a break from coding to just do some art. Usually they say, you know, don't do your art before your prototype, and it works for some people, but for me at least, I need a break. And I do like these breaks where it's just, some fun pixel art. Some staining, some dots, maybe a few blobs here and there. Just a few things here and there to add a little bit more character to the overall environment. Maybe some circles, some dots. I'd love to do a few swirls here and there. Like that, maybe. Overall, a bit of a more grimy feel to it is what I'm going for. Like that. Maybe add a dot up here. Might have to make it a little darker to add a little bit more contrast. Just adding some dots, some shapes to help add on to a little less fancy, as again, this is the start. She's trying to make the best of a bad situation, and then eventually it'll be better. If we raise the opacity a little bit, you can kind of see it gets a little bit more grimy. Okay, all the way up. Oops. Wow. Okay, not that dark. Just a smidge where you can tell something that's not the cleanest, but it's clean. Still has some nice clean areas. And I definitely think that adds more character, right? Compared to off, on. Hello, Abo, welcome. Welcome to the stream, welcome back. Off, on. Yeah, I think it adds a little bit. Maybe we can add a dot here. Small dot here, here. I don't want to add too many random dots, so let's keep it at the bottom. I think that helps. And then maybe, again, we can add some more cracks along some edges here. For example, this is going to be the cafe, part of the Necrotype Cafe. It is a basement that no one comes into the... Well, it's a basement located under a wizard academy, a college wizard academy. So she's kind of taken this basement area and is trying to make a cafe out of it. And in the beginning of the game, it's not pretty. So the hope is that all these crates, you can kind of see at the top, she takes some crates, just puts some cloths over it for now, and then as you progress, you're able to make the game less grimy. So right now, we're adding a little bit of grime to the feel. and I want to call this grime. That's the best way to describe it. Some grime to the area. Played the game, it's so cool, thank you! I'm glad you like it. That's the mechanic of the spell casting. And then we'll have to add the actual cafe part, which is this. This is the cafe in Necrotype Cafe. And then will you make the Wizard Academy? Maybe down the line? The thing is, I wanted to keep the game very small scale, but maybe depending on how well this part of the game is received, maybe we can expand it. As I definitely do think that'd be cool. I definitely would want to add more parts to the game, but I also want to make sure I can make the game. I don't want to make it too big, too fast. Right now what I'm trying to do is make the spider web, but yeah, I would love to expand on it. Very much like the main menu. I'm glad. That's good. I'm glad it's giving off the feel I want. I'm very happy to hear that. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Trying to make sure it's a fun game overall before I actually commit to more parts of it. For example, if I plan on making a bigger game, I want to make sure this main part here is figured out first. And then from there, if the game's well received, I would 100% want to continue, as I like magic. Magic is always really fun for me, and doing more magic stuff, especially like expanding with more classes and ranks, that'd be fun. You haven't tried the game yet? Feel free to. I'd love to hear your response. Nope. You should just be able to do, I think you can even do just exclamation game, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, exclamation game will also give you the link to the game. Cobweb-wise, actually, the perfect place to look for cobwebs would be Undertale in that cobweb scene, right? In the cobweb scene with Little Miss Muffet. Let me go ahead and we go back to our sprite resource. That should be nice and easy to just look up Undertale. So let's give it a look. And where are we at? Private browser, sprite resource. If I go back in here and go into Undertale, doc has changed. What do you mean doc has changed? Yeah, I'm so glad I found sprite resource though. It definitely helps, as I take a lot of inspiration from Undertale, Stardew Valley. It's nice to be able to actually, instead of just screenshotting everything, let's go ahead over to private browser so you can see what I'm looking at here. But in the sprite resource, we have the spider character, and what I want to see is if they have the asset for the spider area. I don't think so, unfortunately. We have lab, or actually no, it would be waterfall, wouldn't it? Waterfall, ruins. I think it'd be waterfalls where you meet her. Somewhere. Let's see, pirates and sand cells, miscellaneous, unused content. Let's see if we can find the spider area. Spider is not here. Talking, laughing. Okay. Well, it's somewhere here, but I don't know what it's labeled under. Introduction, demo, game over, hotland, waterfall, maybe? Oh, wrong thing. Nope. I'm trying to remember. It's definitely a scene. Oh, the core. Maybe that's it. The core? No. Okay. Let me try Googling and seeing if I can figure out where we're at. Let's see. Undertale, Muffet, battle area. Where do you fight her at? You fight her in the... where? I'm trying to wonder. Axe, plays, strategy. Battle area, images. What images are we getting? Here, I can't really see too much, unfortunately. I don't know what the area is called. But you can kind of see what it looks like if I go back into here. I'll pull it into PureF. Drag and drop here. It'll be a little bit easier to look at if I can figure out a place to put it at. Here. And then I'll bring up PureF so you can see. Obligatory coffee break. It's already cold so fast. Here we go. I do wish I could find out where or which one would be her design, as it goes by location, it seems like. And spidery area, got ya. Let me see about Pixelart cobwebs. Cobwebs. Ba-ba. Ah, right. I completely forgot that's how cobwebs look. Let's go ahead and add some of those. Give a sort of cobwebby feel, right? We want to more so. Oh, look at that! Minecraft cobweb. Wonderful. Well, it's kind of this spindly feel. It has a certain way of looking that's not what I'm doing, not quite, right? I do like this purple cobweb. I definitely think we can use that. Add a bit of purpley feel. Okay. And lastly would be this cobweb. As we're looking for cobwebs, you can kind of see a sort of webbing design. Again, we're working with really small pixels, so it's gonna be a little tricky, but I think this is definitely helpful. Always having references is always definitely helpful, for sure. I'll make these a little smaller so I can see them better on my other screen. Or just zoom out, really, right? Yeah, zoom out, that's a little bit easier. And move you up here. Okay, that's a little bit easier. Back into Aseprite. I mean, I kinda have a cobweb. Yesn't. Back, the game was nice, got 74 your high score. Oh, congrats, and I'm glad you like it. That is always nice to hear. Indeed. I'm glad though. Yeah, 74. I'm glad it seems that it's easier to figure out now. That was one of the issues. I did a lot of playtesting, got a lot of people to try it and give feedback, and oh boy, it was fun to watch. For sure. Okay, so spiderweb. Some kind of go out from like in different areas. Here, here, maybe here. Kind of a spindly area, and then it kind of goes in. Don't have to have too much detail, but have enough detail that it looks spooky. Really, I mean, you come down here, it's like Halloween every day. That's the idea here. Maybe another one, another one, another one. Nah, I think that's good. And sort of cobweb feel here. This is our everyday cobwebs. Maybe we can add one. Kind of. Let's see. Where else can we add some cobwebs? I kind of want to just keep the goal, at least today, mainly on here, as when we do the spellcasting part. I don't know how I want it to look exactly with the screen layout, so I'm keeping this empty for now so we can mold it to what we want. But I want the cafe, at least, idea to be set in stone more so. Halloween every day, infinite candy glitch, exactly. She's gonna sell a lot of sweets here. You can come here every day for your load on just, let's see, cupcakes, cake, cream. Well, she's gonna have it all. Exactly. Maybe something like this. Go up, up, and up. I definitely like how lowering the opacity helps with it looking a little bit more ish like it needs to. You can kind of go down, go colder. Maybe we can add a spider in here. I don't think so. You can call this cobwebs. Maybe add another layer. Add a little spider guy up here. Maybe like this. Kinda looks like a spider, doesn't it? From far away. You don't need a big spider. Again, when you're looking at the screen, you're probably looking at it like this. This is probably the game screen. So it doesn't need to be bad. I mean, good. It just needs to be good from far away. But if you zoom in, it's like, that's a spider. Can you tell it's a spider? But then when you zoom in, it's like, it's just a blob. A single blob now. And look at that. Interesting, right? Oh, honk. I'm thinking maybe the spider is a family. Maybe we can add a little bow to the spider. Let's go here. And then maybe just a simple bow, nothing really dark or light. Just something to add a little bit of flavor to what's going on. Maybe the spiders don't get killed. An amputated spider? No, no, no. It's just a blob. You know, like how people draw spiders. Not spiders, flies. Oh, they'll draw flies with the the thing on them. And maybe there's a little bow on this. But the flies are sometimes just described as blobs. Thinking maybe we can add a little tiny bow on it. Get a little bit more character. But I don't know how to draw a little tiny bow. Maybe like, well, nah. Perhaps not. We'll just do a few dots. I think it adds character. Because when you kind of scroll out, yeah, it feels definitely more Halloween-y. And the thing is too, it's like maybe down the line we'll be able to do some animations for this background, and then we can have the spider skittering around a little bit. That could be fun. We can go ahead and maybe add some lighting now, add some walls and, well, not walls. We have walls. Add some shelves. That's what I'm thinking of. Add some barrels. Let's go ahead and add some shelves. I think shelves will be a good place to start to add a little bit more character to the place. Let's go ahead and do, this is cobwebs. I'll say this is spiders. Ears. And I'll go ahead and also do this as set dressing. Is what we'll call this new group. And we'll call it set dressing. And then add another layer. And this will be our shelf. So we also want it to not be too obvious. Let's see. The wizards are here. We don't want the shelves down here. We want the shelves higher up on the walls, like up here, to add more character to everything. We can kind of go ahead and do, if I grab this guy and yoink him back over here, your abilities are now required and needed. Zoom out a little bit. And maybe that, and then a little bit of an overhead you can see. And then maybe this is the under area part in that. That kind of looks like a shelf, right? From far away. We can go ahead and take some of these colors that we have already. Maybe brighten up the place a little bit. I'm gonna think, probably need an outline, right? If we're doing outlines for everything, maybe that has an outline, but then again, it kind of brings attention to it, doesn't it? The game is really addicting. Love the background changing colors. I'm glad you do. I tried, but I'm glad. I'm glad everyone's liking it. I thought, gotta go now. Thank you for coming, DCat. Means a lot. What was your score, or what? What do you mean? W, your score. Really thinking about the background changing color. I have been able to get a perfect before. I had to make sure I knew how to play the game before I released the game. But I'm glad the game's able to be understood, definitely. What score did you get? Yeah, I'm curious. Up here, like that, I think. I'm trying to think wise. It's definitely very obvious, right? If we go back to our Pixelart of the day, very glad we chose this one, as it definitely relates a lot more. And we go back into concepts. You can kind of see all here, right? Everything's warm and nice in tone, and it does have an outline exterior. Well, it does have an exterior outline. You can kind of see again those dots and everything, right? So if we go back and go into here and go back into Aseprite and give that a try, adding an area for the side, right? Could maybe something like coming down one. 62 is your best score? That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Alright, congrats. I definitely want to make sure I get better at the game so I can explain it better. We can add that for a sort of side feel, and then we can add stuff on the wall to add feeling to everything. But I think it definitely needs to be right now the contrast is a little out there. And these wizards, let me move the wizards all the way down. I just see them in the corner. They look so silly. There we go. Well, you guys can party down there. Okay, grab some more coffee. Okay, let's see. I need wood without the wood looking so bright, I think. This is a very, oops, very bright wood. Let's just go back up here. Yeah. Right now, the void wizards, exactly. Maybe we can actually have wizards of the voids. They wear either black robes or purple, really dark purple. Yep, I'm really excited to design the wizards. Characters design is probably my favorite. But I probably want to make the top or the shelves feel a little bit brighter. Would probably be best. Let's go ahead and do undo. And it's nice as well, you can see the spiders, right? From even back here, you can see the dots that imply spiders. So we can go ahead and do undo and probably brighten up the sky. So I'll go ahead and maybe, you can see about that FX again and doing adjustments. Maybe, ooh, that's quite nice, isn't it? Having more of a shelving like that. I think shelving that kind of blends in, but doesn't blend in as nice. Luminous, right. That 100% blends in. Can't tell me otherwise. Maybe something like this is a little bit better. Now it changes everything. This is cool, right? I always like the little color changes. If the values are good, everything can look nice. I can just do undo. I'm thinking maybe like a party or rave mode or an event that happens, as there are ghosts that are gonna appear in the game that you have to fend off and fight, and you'll get rewards for fighting them that can help you better do your serving. But some sort of green-lit mode that changes everything, I think would be super fun. And I'm thinking the shelves can be this color, as I think it blends in this, or it blends in a little bit more. Right, we want this to be backdressing, so we want it to be too obvious. Let's just check again the grayscale. Yeah, it's not as obvious as it was before. Maybe we can even lower the opacity and change it a little bit more so it's not as obvious. But I think, yeah, probably a little bit lighter. Or just the outline. I think the outline needs to be brighter. We can go in here, do this. Maybe the outline could be like that. Not as harsh outlines, I think would help. We can also move it over to gray to help it blend in a little bit more, I think helps. And then we can go ahead and add some shelving. And let me make sure I'm selecting correctly. Making sure wizards aren't getting caught in the crossfire. There's like one there. There's a shelf. Maybe also a shelf here. That couldn't be too bad. So a shelf here. I want to make sure the shelves are also aligned. Oh, went down. Hold on, went up. Yeah, maybe it can be seated at the center. We can have some stuff overhanging. I do like that idea. And maybe more like that. Some shelves up there, some shelves there. Maybe there's shelving all along here on the walls. Giving it a little more of a feel of just being lived in. I'm thinking of also some barrels we can add. And I'm thinking this walls, or at least not the walls, where is it at? The walls, floor, entrance. Go ahead and, these are holes. I can add that underneath here. Hole in the wall. There. And we can go ahead and call this shelf. And then we can go ahead and go for our hangover, which is nice, up here. There we go. This is our seat's copy. And I'm thinking like maybe the seat should also kind of be a little bit of a different color. They feel very bright right now. And I'm curious to see how they might look in different... Ooh. Yeah, see, like, I think they're too saturated, I think is the thing. I think their saturation needs to be lowered a little bit. Because the wizards are the highly saturated part. And then hue-wise, definitely interesting how those small differences, but I think they can stay where they're at. I think the saturation just needs to be lowered. Let me change this back to 0. And then what's L? Light level. Ooh, that doesn't look too bad, does it? It kind of adds to the more spooky atmosphere. The light level kind of makes me feel more spruce. I kind of like it. The question is, what is it gonna look like when everything looks like that? Ooh, very dark. Definitely think it's wild. Oops. Oh no. Hold on, undo, undo, undo. Do I have to redo? Aw. Okay, fine, I guess. I suppose. As I definitely want to get this copy, but let me see what it was on stream since I can go back and watch. See what it looks like. Quality. Oh, can't check quality on there. Okay. Let's check on up here. Here we go. That way I can see what we're working with the colors. If I zoom, oh, fast forward a little bit. Go back to where we were. Alrighty, what colors do I go with? Fast forward a little bit more. About that. Okay. So it was 0, -11, -13. Like that. I definitely do like that sprucey feel. This is all selected. What if I do selected? And then do okay. Oh, that's how you do it. Learned something new. Nice. That's very nice indeed. Okay. I can go ahead and just subtract. Now we look at it from a standpoint of color mode. Interesting. And this is the other seats. What do you think? I definitely think it made it darker. And I don't know. Maybe we need to make the seats a little bit brighter. But overall, I do like this more so sprucey feel, as it's a little bit darker. And it's a bit more harsher feel, as this feels more orange, right? And when we're going for Gothic, we want more purples and reds as opposed to orange. I think this definitely helps in upping the feel of it. And we can kind of go to the tables as well. Oh, no we can't. That's fine. I'll just grab this color and we can go ahead and change all of that. Oops. Uncontinuous. Oops. And go to table. There we go. Well, this is completely black. We don't want completely black. More so like this. And if I go back to the seats, make sure seats is locked. And then go back here. And then we can go and do this top color as this top. Oops. This top color is this top color. And then all of these side colors. So this dark color will become this dark color. This color might be this color then. And that might be that. And then this might be this. Alright, how does that look? I feel like it's feeling more guildish, right? It's a little bit more in line with everything compared to the very bright feel we had. Because again, it's supposed to be goth. And goth can be bright, but a little bit different. And I'm glad we're using gold as well, as the gold kind of outlines the characters. It draws your eyes towards them since they're the brightest, and the tables kind of highlights everything compared to everything else. Okay. So with that said and done, we can go ahead and I just want to look at the seats copy one more time. Yeah, like this is a little bit better. It kind of shows off more creep. So this is not changed. Table there. Real good now. Yeah, I feel like a more sprucey feel. Maybe we were using redwood before compared to everything else. No. That looks a little better, I'd say. And now what we can do is go ahead and add some wall stuff and some barrels. Maybe even also add some cracked areas in the floor. So we can go ahead and add that as well. So we can go back to this and go and add some hole in the wall. Or hole in the floor. Oops. Like here, maybe there's a hole, and I'll just roll that in. As maybe it's a few splotches here and there to show it's not perfect yet. Maybe we can add some rugs as well to kind of cover up certain spots of it. These spots aren't supposed to be too dark, just a little dark to show off that it is, you know, it's not perfect. And that's the thing we want, right? We want it to feel lived in. We don't want it to feel nice and shiny. As later on, when it gets better, it will feel like that. But for now, it's kind of still new, still brand new. I guess say new, but it's still old. New in that it's old. We can go ahead and add some of these guys. Maybe make them a little bit smaller. We can add some dots here and there, maybe. Just a few extra details, and then maybe we can even just lower the opacity a little bit. Also blend lower. Just add some more overall flavor to the world, I think. As again, meant to be a startup. At least at the start. And then after it's no longer a startup, ooh, now you're cooking with gas. Kind of, basically. At least in this case, it'd be magic. I definitely want to add some skull candles as some centerpieces. I think that would look cool. Let's add maybe a blob down here. Like that. I don't want the blobs to look too similar to one another. Like that, and maybe some of these. And then maybe we can add one down here. And do this, and that. And this, and this. Maybe one more where she's standing at, like, here. Or maybe a little bit tinier, like that. And then add a little blob light. Get a little bit more grime to the feel, and maybe one down here as well. Just a little bit everywhere you look. As again, the wizards will be covering up some of it, but there's still some space. Definitely feels interesting to not try to clean everything and try to make everything a little bit more dirty. It's fun. It's fun going around and adding life. Feels like I'm adding life. Curious, if you were a wizard, what wizard class do you think you'd be in? Or would you just be in the wrong wizard class and kind of do what Gabby does and decide, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna do my own magic. If I had to choose one, I don't even know what I'd go for. I might go for maybe, a little tricky. I like all sorts of magic. I think maybe conjuration's probably the most fun, if I had to choose. Maybe a multiply. Ooh. Lower the splotches a little bit. Look, I mean, they kind of look more like stains though, right? And maybe we don't want stains necessarily. Maybe we just want more. It's a little broken up. Maybe normal. Just some splotches. A little brighter. Not too noticeable, but it's still noticeable. And we can go ahead and do color, grayscale, and yeah, you can still see the splotches, especially when you're standing from right where we are. It's a perspective. Okay, I think it's looking good. You can go ahead and add the wizards back. What are you creating? Hi, Rex. I am making a cafe in the basement of a wizard academy, and it is owned by a necromancer. Who's this girl right here, and she is spooky. So the whole feel is spooky since she's also goth. So it's a goth cafe in the basement ran by a necromancer. So it's supposed to be magical and spooky. That's the idea here. We have some dark areas as well, and this is the start of the game where everything's kind of more grimy. And then as you go, the game gets more and more clean as she kind of gets more money, but not money, more currency, I guess, for the game. And as you go along, you'll be able to upgrade from crates into the actual chairs and tables once you get more support from her peers, which are these other wizards. Those other students are coming in as her customers and trying her food and realizing, yeah, this is cool, I'll come back. And they support her idea of wanting to be a baker instead of a necromancer. We can go ahead and look to this layer. This is floor grime. Right now, it's just adding character to everything. So for example, it's going from this to this, and it adds a lot of flavor, I think. It's just little hints and dashes of just extra to help really add a pop to the overall. Yeah, that sounds fun. I'm glad you think so. It'll be a game, so hopefully it will be fun. It's gonna be a typing game, so you'll be able to type fast, and you'll try to type out the recipes that you need to cook the food, and then you'll serve the customer. So it's a restaurant sim. It's also a typing and rhythm game. So saying that, I want to add some jars up here. Maybe we can grab the white that we have. Right now we're just trying to make this feel a little bit more homey. As well, it is a restaurant. It's supposed to feel a little bit extra with the whole, some maybe eyeballs and everything else on the wall. Maybe, again, we want it to be an outline, and I'm wondering, what type of outline should we have? Should it be like the shelf with the outline? Maybe something like that, and then, look at our Pixelart of the day, which we were dissecting. What do the jars look like? I'm wondering, I'm very curious to see. Go back over to concepts. You can see there's boxes on the wall, and I think that's good. Maybe we can do some boxes and files. I quite like that idea. Some plushies are here, some package tape. I definitely think some cardboard boxes would be good to add as just set dressing. That's all this is set dressing, but it's nice decoration. I think a zombie hand would be a cool idea, you know, like from the Addams Family. That sounds like fun. Some skulls, I think, would also add some flavor and variety to the whole thing. Let's go ahead and try adding the jars. And it seems to be a shiny part at the top and then a glistening. Let's go ahead and give that a go and see if we can come up with something similar. We can go back in here, and jar-wise, let's go ahead and try to take this that we had. Go ahead and do circle, circle. Ah, there we go, circle. And the nice part is we'll be able to see up here on screen if it'll actually be visible in the game, as again, we want it to be semi-visible, not too visible. Maybe we can do a bit of a darker outline, but not too dark. Close, but not too close. Go ahead and just outline all of it. So it still looks like the, well, it would be this outline, right? And then the jar at the sides. That kind of looks like a salt shaker, right? Maybe, let me make it a little bit more blue. And then add a little bit more light, like a shine. Oops. Like that. Or maybe more so like that. It kind of feels more jarry, I think. We can kind of look at maybe Stardew Valley's jars. I know they have pretty good jars. Where the jars are? That's a good question. Let me go into items. As I've done an item study before, I should still have the files from the item study, which would be Stardew Valley, if I can find it. Let's see, dandelion, mushroom, 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 Stardew Valley. Aha, I found it. I'll be excited to spend a stream learning how to draw food. I think that'll be fun. Alright, file-wise, look at this one. It's kind of got a cork at the top, right? And it's got a little bit of a label. And then it's got a... Ah, we should try that. I think that's a... Yeah, isn't it? Now, I'm not actually sure if this is how Stardew Valley actually does it, as it is from, someone made it. That wasn't the creator or the artist of Stardew Valley. But they took all the textures and put it into this. So it makes things a little bit hard to look at, but I love how saturated everything is in Stardew Valley. I think it's nice. But I'm looking at these vials and I'm seeing a lot of corks, and you can kind of see as well the circular part, right? There's kind of a shine here, and if we look at mine, what shine? There's no shine. So I think that's a good place to start. There's some garlic. Oh, I think that'd be fun to add some garlic on some shelves to ward off vampiric creatures. They're not vampires though. Or maybe there are vampires, I don't know. That could definitely be fun. I'm just looking at the jars. This is what I was trying to go for. Maybe something more jam, but you can kind of see it's wider than mine. Mine's is a little bit more narrow. But it definitely is circle. Let's see. First, let's start off by maybe making it more circular. We can take a circle tool and maybe go like that. Cool, that's big circle. And then paste. And this is the bottom of the jar. Then we can go ahead and do the outline. So like this. And then this is the top. And this is the center. Perhaps like that. And then we have the jar part. Not really good jar though. I mean, it kind of looks like a jar when you're staring at it from really far away. All of those. I'm curious, do they add a texture here below? They do. Or at least it kind of looks different, right? You have your brown part up here to show that it is the shading of the top, and then you have down here your glass. So maybe then instead we should have a dark part for here. It'll be something more akin to like this. Might blend in a little bit too much. Let's make it a little darker. Show off the jar, and then you have this part here, which would be cooler to show off the actual, jar part. And then probably here would also be jar maybe. It kind of looks more like a jar from far away, right? I'm also thinking we can squish it down one. Maybe even get rid of these sides. Very mushroomy jar, yeah. I agree. Maybe we can round it out a little bit more. Maybe round it out a little bit more here. It looks a little bit more jar-like. I kind of think that's a little bit more jar feeling. I think this might have to be a darker color. Like this maybe. And then we can add maybe a highlight for the jar. We can go warmer, a little bit brighter, something like that. And then we look at it from far away. I get jar when I look at that. A lot more jar than I thought I would. Go ahead and erase this jar. My only concern is the value. If we go back into color mode, you can kind of see the outline is a little bit blended in, which is fine. I definitely don't think we need it to be bright, right? So maybe we can add some different sizes, shapes, varieties, all of that, and fix it up a little bit. I'm thinking maybe we can put in this jar, for example, some sludge. Maybe a really dark sludge can go in here. If we take this color in, blur it in, look at that, now it's sludge. And then we can go ahead and add a light outline to show off that it's still part of the sludge in here. Like that. And then this would be the rest of the jar, I think, right? Or how is it done? Ooh. It kind of looks like the highlight, doesn't it? But how'd they do it? It kind of was like see-through. Where did that go? Like here? It kind of shows off a whole area of light to show off it's the top. So maybe it's looked like this instead. Yeah. Kind of like this a little bit more. Maybe not this bright color for the jar. Something a little bit different. Maybe something a little bit darker for the shine. It's not a shine, but still, it's still shine. Like that. Yeah. Kind of makes you wonder what's in it. And I think that helps in adding a little bit more. It's not too much, right? It's not too pop-out-ish. As again, we don't want too much. A little bit. We can add maybe a taller jar. And it's just wanting it to be set dressing. It doesn't need to be too much when it's set dressing. You can maybe make it a little bit wider. Maybe a little bit taller. Like this. And add to it. Even these could be tile blocks, but because because the player won't interact with it, it can just be all one map. Oops. Continuous can be like that. And then this guy gets down here and there. And then all of that. Oops. All of this. And then we can kind of do dark dot dot dot. And dot. And I think it adds a little bit. But I think they should be maybe... I kind of want to do one that's more like, what is it? Thin, narrow, that we had. For example, these guys would kind of have to... Everything would have to get squished in at the top, right? Whoosh. Like, probably this. One more. One more squish. Like that, to kind of look like a potion spile. As again, let's... Well, I don't think... Maybe I haven't said before. But this world is controlled... Its magic isn't, Its magic is words. Words are magic. So if you lose your voice somehow, then you're powerless in this world. That is the way I'm designing it. That's why the idea is spellcasting plays a really big part, is because of how important speech is. Maybe some wizards take like an oath of silence for what they do. Like maybe, yeah, maybe they take an oath of silence before they start spellcasting to help with... It's like a drill, like a bottle. Maybe they take an oath of silence for spellcasting before they can, or at a certain age. Maybe it's like a rite of passage, and I realize I somehow got onto wall, oddly enough. Some sort of oath of silence, I think, would be fun. Just little lore tidbits like that is always... I always find it enjoyable to think about, at least. Let's go ahead and I think round this out a little bit more. Like this. And then this can kind of be a British accent spell. Sounds spooky. What do you mean? Like just casting in a British accent? I'm thinking that each spell can have... Well, you're typing poems. That's kind of the spell system, is your words have a lot of meaning to your poetry. But I definitely think there's different ways to say a spell. You have to shout it or whisper it or so and such. I definitely think that's a fun concept. But I'm curious about the accent part. We can go ahead and add some of these. I'm thinking maybe some of these can be potions or vials or something. Actually, I'll just put these up here so we can save all these assets. And then duplicate. So we can kind of just copy from here, move them around. For example, you might take this one and it might go behind this guy. It might go here instead. And then maybe another one can come here. And then, oops. The assets copy will work with me. We'll take this guy again and copy it and paste it. And maybe it kind of comes here. Like, maybe down here. Kind of create a pantry-ish feel. Might even take this and flop it, or keep it the shiny parts the same. Add a bit of feel to everything. Merge that down. Merge this down. Then we can kind of go in and change the colors a little bit. Like, for example, maybe this is more of a greenish slime. And just don't want it to be too popping. Changing it just slightly to see if that makes a difference. You can go in and check with our color mode and everything to make sure. Still good. The set dressing isn't supposed to be very bright, but still feel like lived in. So we can go ahead and do... Oh, I think the screen works. Got a green look. I can go ahead and maybe make this one maybe a brighter purple. Or actually, no, not brighter purple because it's blending in with this. Maybe an orange. Well, an orange kind of looks like it blends in with the background, so maybe something blue. Be a little bit brighter. Something like that. It looks like they're vials. I kind of liked how it looked labeled, right? There was a label going around the sides. Maybe we can give that a try. So the label kind of looks like this. And that. And then there was kind of just black dots around everywhere. It definitely looks covered now. And then there was just writing. Kind of made it look like it had speech on it. I think maybe because it's too small, we can't add that speech part. I think adding that kind of made it look a little bit more like a potion in some weird way. I don't think it's too bad though. I think we should add maybe some food choices. Like this is a jar, maybe it can be like a pickle jar. Just adding various varieties of stuff. We can add maybe that green back here. Keeping things the same. Maybe we can add a different color. Since this is in the back more, we can make it a little bit darker. And we don't want it to be too noticeable. Maybe this guy can be or yeah, pink? Maybe a brighter pink. Or maybe a red. Something that's not too noticeable. I scroll out of here. Just don't want it to be the brightest in the room. Yeah, you can kind of see everything still blends in the background, and everything still in the front row is the wizards and their gold. Wearing that gold really helped, and I didn't even realize it. You can go ahead and add these outlines again, because I kind of did like that feel of it. Didn't work the way I intended, but it still helped. Go ahead and add the label here. Just like that. And then we can go ahead and add, I think, some skulls, right? Now that we don't have to worry about drawing the skull in her hair. We can go ahead and add... I mean, this can work for the skull. A skull? That is the question. And I also think it'd be important to add some decoration on top. But skull-wise, it would kind of look like a head, right? Head here. Kind of like a part here. Probably like that. Let me get my skull references back out. Skull, skull, skull. I'm waiting for that to load. Lemonade. It's always so nice. Okay. I have some skull references now. I forgot. The jaw kind of comes out forward, and then the head kind of lays back. More so like this. Now that I'm looking at the reference more. This is more so the skull feel. Perhaps. This is kind of less, and then the cheekbone kind of pops out, and maybe that's more of a skull. Something like that. Maybe less back there. Maybe it stands up a little bit more. We'll see. We need a dark color for the skulls, and we can just add this gray part as it kind of helps not pop out as much. So maybe we can go ahead and add the nose. Like that. And then we can add the eyes. Eyes would kind of go in maybe like like this and this, like that, and then we have the mouth, might be like that and that. I mean, from far away it does look like a skull. Close up though, that's a little tricky. Trying to add a little bit of extraness, as skulls are gonna be very important in this game. As necromancy is the whole point. I think this isn't too bad. Maybe it needs to be a little bit smaller. I'm curious to see how skulls are done elsewhere. They aren't tilted like mine is. They kind of have a little line. I can show you. Back on that Pixelart of the day we looked at, there's a lot of different skulls in here, which is nice. We have this kind of big skull with circular eyes, which I kind of like. There's the skull that's sitting on here that kind of has a wraparound. There's this little tiny cute skull right here. And then there's this big antler skull. And again with a hand. I really do like that. You don't know why, but you really like these jars? These? I definitely do like these jars, yeah. It's probably the color, maybe? The hints of color. Right. Like this whole thing is one color and then you have, it's very long and narrow. I definitely do like them. My jars weren't as long and narrow. Maybe we can use that. Go back to Aseprite, for example. Making them longer and narrow. If I look back at here as well, they're very, yeah, I see. They look a little more like this. And then their outline's a little bit more like, oops, it'll let me go back to my brush. A little more like this. Huh, is my keyboard not trying to work? That's odd. I can't swap back and forth with my colors. Might have to restart Aseprite. Very weird. The entire keyboard of Aseprite's not working. Okay. Restarting Aseprite, it seems then. Give me a moment. I'll go ahead and save what we have opened and then reopen it. A name for the skull? Sure, sure. I'm open for names. I love me a good name. Someone a long time ago named this boy right here, and he has been named Bobby. Very wonderful name. I got a name for the skeleton boy. I'm all for it. Let me go back to my Aseprite, building 2. Do my letters want to work now? There we go. For some reason it wasn't working, but got a name? Let me hear it. We can go back to Aseprite. It's working again. Now I can swap my colors. Maybe we can put a little hat on him. Skeletoni. I like that one. Skeletoni. I do like that one. Maybe we can add a little chef hat on him. For the whole pony effect. Maybe a little mustache. Skeletoni. Oh, that's great. I do like that one a lot. Move this here. Oops. I think that I definitely do like the feel of this one. Oops. So it's like that. And then probably a darker, lighter color at the top. Like that. Definitely feels more like a vial. That one is fun. Yeah, I agree. Skeletoni. We can go with Skeletoni. By all means, he's now Skeletoni. I think it'd be fun to also give him some animations. That sounds nice. We go ahead and work on some Skeletoni. We add one more up here, and then maybe we can change the color. This color. Yeah. Something a little darker. Alright, Skeletoni. You've been named. Now we just need to critique you a little bit. To make sure I don't lose him. Because he's very valuable now. Once it's named, that's it. Once you've got a name, you're now a part, officially. I can definitely see her naming her skulls though. Maybe this becomes the skeleton butler that you raise, as I definitely do plan for like a level up or an upgrade to be just bringing or hiring or summoning some skeleton waiters to go around and serve your food. So maybe you take a skull off of the shelf, and then this guy now actually exists in the game. And he is Skeletoni. I like that a lot. Maybe we can make it down a bit. Add some more cranium. Remove some cranium. This feels a little bit better. Maybe less narrow. What do you think? That's a fun one though. Skeletoni. Praise. Maybe give him a circular eyes. Oh, the eyes are great. Maybe a bit wider so I can have that nose come into play. Or nah. We can have this kind of just morphing him. Maybe it can kind of come down a little bit. And now the eyes can kind of go back. Like that. Nah. Probably. Skeleton with an apron? Yup. Definitely gonna have it. It'd be both funny and cute as that's the thing, it's like I wanna have a cafe sim with a twist. A lot of cafe or just cozy restaurant stuff is cute. And I want cute, but I don't want it cute. I want a little bit dark. And that's where the whole necromancer idea came from. It's the whole idea of just with a twist, because she's still a very cute character and she likes cute stuff, but you can't ignore the fact that she is a necromancer. So that said, it's gonna be fun. We can do some cute stuff. Probably have to do drawing skeleton skull. I did not think would be as hard as it is. Probably have to do more so like that. And then, oops. Outline it. Spent too long in the skull. We have the backup. That's the good news. This. I kind of like this one a lot better than whatever I'm doing here. So actually, yeah, let's just start over. Again, I'm thinking a little bit too deep into this. Less detail, better, as again, it's in the back. So it can kind of be, that kind of looks like a snowman. But yeah, skeleton with a waiter outfit, I think. Waiter outfit, apron, as it makes me think of maid cafe, but instead you get served by skeletons, maids. Skeleton maids, skeleton butlers, will be all prim and proper, since again she's from a Gothic and very rich lineage. So she's used to the rich life, and she likes it, but she doesn't like having to actually fulfill the part she needs to. And she's good at necromancy and everything, but she doesn't want to be a necromancer. She likes doing it, but she doesn't want it to be her job. She is aspiring to be a baker, and she will be a baker. Just give her some time, and she can prove to you that she is baker. Look at that. It's a very stylized skull. Probably could even be a little bit darker. Here. I'm wondering if we can just... I feel like it's up a little bit too much. I think. Maybe... I'm looking at the skull and it's like, that is what it is. Not as I'm looking at it. It's like, this kind of comes in a little bit more. More so like this. And this gets darker. Down here, here. And this is also probably very dark in here. This is also probably dark. I mean, this can kind of come out. Yeah, this is the over part of the skull. So she is baker material. Yup. She is all about that bakery. Yep. Bakery, you're gonna be able to make cakes and cookies, and I think adding on to it would be fun, where it's like, you can make foods. It's a cafe, but you can serve a lot in cafe, like special, what are they called? Special sandwiches, like hand sandwiches. Hand sandwiches and ham sandwiches. I think that's just overall fun idea. Maybe something like this instead. Or it's a little skull guy. Skeletoni. Oh, that's wonderful. Now he just needs an outline. So he feels like he is actually in the game. Like this, perhaps. Maybe scroll out a little bit. Yeah. I think maybe this probably has to go back in space, like this. That would be a little tilted, or it's so silly to see it up there change. We could always make it a more roundish, cute skull. Add that bubbly feel. bring this in a little bit. Bring that up a little bit. Tony. Oh. That's the highlight right there of my day. Oh, that's great. Okay, maybe like that. And then this is a darker color to show off the whole part in the mouth. But it is deep. I feel like that black might be a little bit too dark. And kind of raise it just a smidge. We can even take from the background. It's not too dark. When you said hand sandwich, for some reason it reminded me of The Simpsons. A scene from The Simpsons where Ralph puts his hand in between two slices of bread and calls it a hand. I didn't say hand sandwich. But I mean, necromancy. Is it too hard to believe that that could actually be a thing? Hand sandwich, oh man. I can see it. I can 100% see it. I haven't watched much of The Simpsons, but that sounds like a funny scene. Just kind of scrolling back and looking, and it's a thing of, how does this look? How's this looking? So far, I'm really liking it. I think a few parts can certainly be changed and morphed, but overall, I think it's coming along great. Hand sandwich. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Let's do this instead, what we had. Redo, undo. Bring that guy in, yep. Okay. And then probably like this. Yeah. There we go. Good news is it doesn't matter too much since we're zoomed out. Saying that, it's like, yeah, this part could probably be brought in. The most Homer thing Homer ever said. I can believe it. Sounds like him. I can totally see that. 100%. Just looked it up, called it a Ralph Witch. Ah. I see. Ralph Witch. That's pretty good too. The special of the day, Ralph Witch, where the actual hand is named Ralph that you will be consuming. I don't know if people will actually be able to eat said things, but it is funny to think about. As let's combine two of her passions, baking and necromancy. The only issue is she just doesn't want to be a... Oh, that's not too bad. A little dot instead. If we do this instead... Ooh! Look at that! I don't know where it came from, but it looks a little more like a skull, though. It looks like a little blob guy, doesn't it? You can kind of move it around a little bit more, maybe. Make it less blob man. Like that, maybe. And then probably gonna have to make it a little bit taller to show off the lines on the skull. Minecraft? Yeah, that's what it looks like. Minecraft slime. I agree. That is the feeling I'm getting when I'm looking at this guy. Maybe something like this. A little bit more. More face-ish. Feel like a little bit more at least. And then like that. That looks more like a like an orc skull, maybe. Probably needs to be a little wider in the back here. And then, oops. We can add that additional dot to add a little bit more skull feel. And this could be, again, that side of the face. It probably goes down a little bit back here. Like this. Maybe a little bit more. Like it just keeps shrinking this poor man. That. I wonder what the life of Ralph looks like. Maybe he's actually the, what do they call it? The caretaker of the place? Like, I'm thinking this cafe is underneath a graveyard. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why ghosts keep appearing. There we go. It's because underneath the graveyard, and maybe the graveskeeper died, and the school just didn't notice. So he appears as a ghost baby, kind of haunts for a little bit, and gets reincarnated as a living dead. You can add maybe a box here. Like those. And then maybe this is the side, this is the, well, that's the side, and this is the top. So if this is the side and this is the top, oops, like this. And this is the darker side. So we can grab, see that's dark, probably this color, like that. And then maybe a line in between for some tape. What if one of the shelves there was like a wilted plant? Ooh, I like that idea. And my ability to draw plants, not too good. So a wilted plant, I think I could do that. We'll see. I like that idea though, let's do it. Let me figure out this package, or this box at least. Maybe we can add some tape around it. Pumpkin? We can try pumpkin. Now while it is, what is it? Well, it will be spooky. Not necessarily Halloween, but I like the idea. Now does this box take away from the thing? Yeah, I think it does. If anything, it probably needs to be like that, or a little bit more keggish feel. Let's try a wilted plant. Wilted plant. We can actually take from this and push it around a little bit. And then go from there. I definitely think it does take care of plants. But again, we want that dead feel. So I can definitely see some sort of death happening. Just that feel of the death of being emitted. It's like, wilted plant, alright. Probably down like this and this. Probably something like that. And then you probably need an outline as you can't see anything that's going on here. Probably like, yeah, like that. And then we need outline. And I'll just do the pot. And change the outline in a second. Some sort of wilted plant. Go darker, cooler, like that. And then a little bit darker. Wilted plant. Wilted. Probably be very dark green, wouldn't it? Just dead shrubbery. Will she have something like bony caustic? Did I say it? Probably very dead looking like that. The caustic, maybe? And then we need the outline. This will probably be the outline. Like we need a different outline. Something a little darker. Moving towards that. Like that. And then this would need a dark outline. Dark and gray, not very saturated. Like that. It sounds interesting though. Just a word for bony. I don't think bony is a word, but it is fun to say. Ah yes, this thing you're looking at seems bony. Let's see. Adding some of that maybe. Kind of feel like that's dead, or at least it's a plant. Maybe we can add some of that kind of going in. Maybe mush it down a little bit. Push it in. Let's see. I'm always trying to get better at plants, but plants are still not my forte quite yet. It will be eventually. Although these plants we have to look at aren't wilted. They're very much living. Looking at them. Oops. Huh, where'd my concept go? Oh. Didn't even mean to go to concepts. But yeah, all of these guys are living and alive. They go and wilted. Maybe what we should do is do something a little sadder. Go back and make sure I grab my colors. And do. Like, also save these colors, that way I can use them. And I'm thinking wilted. And undo all of this. And I'll just Google what a wilted plant looks like instead of trying to imagine. As who needs imagination? Not nowadays. We have the internet. Let's see. Wilted flower. Ah, yeah. Ah, it looks very sad. I will say that. It looks perfect. It looks sad, but it looks perfect. No? Oh, you can see it. Great. Okay, let's do that. Back into Aseprite. I'm thinking let's do a vase. That's probably the best way to draw it out, is some sort of vase. Maybe we can do black vase. Something like that. And then it's round at the bottom. Like this. And then this black gets an outline. And then we can erase that. Get this guy. And give us that black outline. Oops. Like this. Like all of that. Maybe more so like this. And then this would kind of go in a little bit more. Like I just got rid of everything. Probably then it'd look like that. And then there. That feels a little bit better. Like that. Perhaps more so like that as a vase. And then we would need dead plant. That goes up. We have the leaves kind of going down. Down. It goes up and it goes down. Again, simple. I need to keep telling myself that. Simple, simple, simple. As I can go overboard very quickly. Like that. As long as it looks good from far away, we're good. Something like that. And then we can take that dark color again. Roll that around. Oops. Like that. Grab this color. Get darker. Maybe even add a little bit of dark color. Probably be darker at the tips. We can kind of get a little rounder. And then an even darker color here. This is kind of just getting more dead. And then I think it's good. Probably maybe like that for now. I think it was good where it was with this. When you look at it from far away, it definitely looks sad. Right. We go back into our color mode, grayscale. Still looks like background, that's good. We just need to kind of play with the green here. Make it feel a little bit more outline-ish. Maybe the leaves can come out more like this. Like that. I want it to look like a leaf. Like maybe this. And then this can be a little dark. I just want to keep light details in. It doesn't need to be too detailed. Detailed! As it's from far away, right? But you can still have some effects to it. Usually we have the light coming from the other side, so we can go ahead and do more so like this. And then adding more light shimmer on this side. I'll be like that. You shift correctly. I don't even recall. There. Like that. I kind of feel like it's a little bit more. I want to add some barrels, I think, and then we'll go from there. There we go. Okay, now let's work on some candles. And I want to add some candles at the center of this dinner table. Something light so it's not too obvious. This is all our set dressing. This is our old skull, new skull. So we can go ahead and delete that. Skeletoni. No. I just want to check to see what he would look like with a mustache. Just to check. just not permanent at all, man. It wouldn't be. I don't think it very well reads clearly, but I feel better. Skeletoni. Oh, that's wonderful. Okay. Now we can go ahead and close this. Go over our tables. And go ahead and work on that candle. I think we can just keep using these same colors that we've been using. Right, again, because we don't want it to be too similar to everything else that's going on. We can keep it very thin. And then we use as an outline, I think. Oh, something's in my eye. That's never good. Okay, I think I'm better now. This is open as well. Okay. Let's go back into concepts and I want to see. No, there's no torches here. Gaia. Okay. Kira, if you got any torches for me, I'm super curious. Torches. We need torches, flames, flickers. This is pretty good, right? It's kind of round, is the impression I'm getting. More so round as torches. I definitely do like the candle axe, like this. I want to do something like that. Let's go ahead and see if we can do something akin to it. Probably have to have a little bit of a thicker light or candle, right? Probably that. Maybe a little bit more narrow. Like that. Yeah, probably more so akin to this. I want it to be very thin as well, just so that it's not everywhere on the table, as we don't know how big the food, like if we want to make really big food, we need all the space we can get. I think this is good. And I want it to be a warm light source. Oops, it's green. It's so interesting how just shifting it to green makes it look green. I just want it to feel warm. And then we want to add a outline. Want to make it this dark and cool. And then maybe we can just do this. Or so like that. I'm trying to think, how can we make a flop for the torch? The torch. It is a torch! But this light here. We can go ahead and I'll swell all these guys for a second. which kind of looks like that. Looks nice from far away. Right, you can kind of see it up here. It doesn't need to be too much, and again, we can animate this when we get the chance to. It'll be nice. It looks a little bit too much like a lightning bolt when I do it like that. Maybe we can add a really bright part here. Or do right like that because it's a candle. The candle doesn't have to be too detailed, right? But you will want to zoom in and look at the table itself to see what's going on. It will have to be a little bit special. Maybe the candle can look like this instead. Maybe it can go more back. Not as in the center. And I'm thinking maybe more of a swirl. Gonna show that magic-y feel. For example, maybe it's more of a... I say swirl, yeah, what swirl? Can't... Not able to do a swirl. Something more akin to this. Feel like add some more of a flame effect, right? And then... You need this to be darker. Hello? Let me. And actually, how we're gonna do this, it needs to be darker so that it doesn't blend in with everything, but everything wants to blend in with it. So either it needs to be very dark or very bright. Probably have to go for very dark. That looks cool. Thank you, thank you. I think the swirl definitely helps it feel cooler. I do like it. We can add a brighter bit here. I think to show off that it is melting. The flame looks like a question mark. That's true. Here I was going for a swirl idea. Swirl motion. That's the idea because you know magic and swirls. When you zoom far away, that looks like a... Well, it does look like a candle. That's the good news here. Working. Well, they were really working. That's another question, but it's partially working. That's step one. As I think it'll definitely be cool to animate it. And we can actually do some swirly flames, and then we can put this either in the middle of the table and have some swirl flickers. Let me go ahead and pop it up. Maybe if you move the flame like 1 pixel to the left, like here, you think? Don't see too big of a difference. Maybe if we rotate it. Ooh. Oh. It has been morphed beyond recognition. That's pretty cool too. 1 to the left though. It looks the same, but I do like it as well. We can keep a 1 to the left. Looks like a half heart now. I mean, that's not too bad. You know, we still want a flare of cuteness. A flare of sweetness in it all. Now it really looks like a question mark. Did I just do the same exact pattern without really? I did. Oh wow, that's great. I definitely think. Well, not think. We are gonna have to soon do some special effect animations. Learn how to do those, like flame. Flame's probably next on the list, as the first wizard I think we'll add is the pyromancer. So adding that will be important. We'll go ahead and do... Well, what layer is this? Is this a single layer? Oh, cool. I'll do candles. Like a half heart, though. That's interesting. You can try some other designs. Maybe. I still definitely do want to do what we had, but a little bit changed. A twinge of a difference. You can grab these 2 colors. And maybe we can do, like, you go down and then you go down. That just looks like crystal subtle, doesn't it? Maybe a longer flame. Like that. And then it's brighter on the outside, I believe. That's how candles work. or flames work. We can go ahead and add some, oops, zoomed out way too far. We can go ahead and grab this guy, move him to the center of another table. Like, that's the center. So, because it's so tall now, it doesn't work as well, unfortunately. Maybe gotta go all the way down to here. We'll have to play around with that when the food comes, but for now, we'll just move it here. And then let's try to do one more flame feel. We can move it maybe the back. And we can do maybe they definitely look too similar to the gold, but I think the gold will help it stand out. But here, maybe we can do dot there, and maybe a dot there, and then a swerve. Now we have an S. Dot and a swirl. Maybe we can do a taller candle? Like, well, let me do a taller candle, like that. Then like this, and add all of that. And then now we can do maybe a tall swirl, or not a tall swirl, tall candle, small flame. Maybe it looks like here, and then here, and here. Maybe something like that. Oops. And then we can go ahead and grab this tall guy up here. Just for variation, I definitely think we'll have to animate these, which will be fun. It'll be hard, but it'll be fun. And then go ahead and add the swirl guy here, right at the center. Okay. Now we have some swirls for the food. Next up, let's do some barrels. That'll be fun. And so far, I just wanna go off, so this is what we've done so far. It went from looking like that to then character. I definitely think it added a lot. The small things. The question mark design is fire. Yup. It's supposed to be sort of like a magical flame is the idea behind it. I was thinking about doing some skulls with fire in them, like torches all at the top, but that might be a little bit too difficult to do at such a small size. But yeah, the question mark is supposed to be fire. You don't think what does it look like if not fire? I am curious. Not fire, then what would you call it? Speaking of, I wanna do a tall one over here. Look at that. There. And then get some lemonade. Always nice to have a lot of drinks on hand. Okay. And with that said, oh, I see. Understood. I'm glad you like it. Yo, fire in that sense. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Well, now barrels. Barrels are a little tricky, but I'm sure we'll be fine. Barrels are circles. That's what makes them hard. But I have seen people do barrels a little bit differently. We'll give those a try. We'll go back to our set dressing. And down here, add some barrels. Maybe this can be a barrel. You can go ahead and fill this up. And then have another one down here. And then round it out. Probably get my separator, my symmetry tool. Like this. Yeah. That's good. And then I'm thinking I can try to have a roundish barrel. Like that. And then all of that is over the top. We have it coming from the sides. And then maybe this is also coming from the sides, and then this is coming from the center. Nah. We need to light. We need to light light keg work. There we go. I did it. Okay. I go back here. I'll see what I made. I know words. I'm good with words. Like here you can kind of see, right? Egg lines. Why I say that, but we could just check Stardew Valley and see if we can spot any other kegs. Here there's a certain silver rim, right? Across it, around it, through it, over, under. Yeah, it seems like kegs usually are stacked to their sides and kind of stacked that way. Okay, okay. We probably need a silver lining for the kegs. Let's go back into Aseprite. And then if we grab this guy for the silver, it looks very silver looking. That probably needs to be taller, maybe? Like that? Less stumpy. And then we only need a few lines. So maybe something like that. And like this. I'm looking at these kegs and I'm thinking, yeah, it's very wood and it's very round. That's the feeling I'm getting, and I'm not getting round here. I think that's the issue. We need a more round feel, like that. That's more keg. Maybe it's the outline down here that doesn't feel as round. Something a little off. Just a smidge. This would be the lighter color up here. And then, oops. All of this aside. It'll look more like that. Eggs are certainly weird. And now it looks like a big jar. I guess when we were doing jars, I didn't realize that we were doing the easy mode and now we're on the boss. Oh no. Okay, maybe it's the symmetry tool that's throwing me off. We need a round feel to it. I'm not getting round. That there. Eggs are curved cylinders. Yuck! Yuck, yuck. But welcome, consistently crying. That's a great name. Yeah, curved cylinders. Fun! Oh yeah, very enjoyable. But I agree, yeah. When you boil it down, it's curved cylinders. Hi, welcome to the stream. It's in the background, we don't have to be too worried, but man, are they hard. Maybe over there. Kinda. It passes. Doesn't really put out. No. I wish, but no. Okay. I won't be defeated by some curved cylinders. Maybe. Hopefully. Making a game? Yep. I'm making a cafe game. Restaurant or cafe sim. That's what this is. It's a magic cafe run by a necromancer, so it's supposed to be a little spooky. And it's in a basement, so extra spooky. It's underneath the wizard academy. So it's a necromancer who doesn't want to be a necromancer. So she decides, you know what? I'm gonna be a baker. I want to bake. And therefore, she starts running a cafe in the basement where no one knows except the other students. Got magical delights. And you get the spell cast and a lot of fun stuff. The only fun stuff I'm not having fun with is the circle. Oh man. This is tricky. With the circle tool. Yeah, thank you. I'm very excited. Tomorrow we'll be actually programming the walking around bit. As to yesterday and today, we did some, we worked on this cafe. So hopefully we can finish the cafe today, and then we can go ahead and do walk-arounds and have the customers start moving around and stuff. That'll be very fun. I'll be happy to see it live and in action. curved cylinder. Oof. Okay. We have that. Okay, maybe what's making it hard is that there's no center line. Maybe. Maybe because there's no center line, I feel very lost. We can see. Like that, and then this gets copied up top. You go up here. And then you also get copied and flipped, I assume. Right, barrel. Paste, and then is it Shift V? Yep. Okay. And then this gets erased. All of that. Trying to make the sides rounded? You mean that? Oh, you mean like this? Ah! I think I get what you're saying, unless you're not. But, if you are, I feel like the sides should be slightly curved, but you're not art expert. Me neither. I've never done this before. But if this is what you both mean by sides rounded, geniuses, big brains, I concur. That definitely helped. And then it's like I'm even looking at kegs, but it's hard to imagine, I guess. Maybe we don't need, or maybe we need a different color to kind of help. Grab this color. It's a little darker. And now we can kind of curve it out, I think. Right, like that a little bit more. And then all of that, and that. And then a single line. Ah, I feel like it's coming along better. This is very nice. Thank you for the curved edges. Oh man, wow. That helped so much. And then it kind of needs a round center part, right? That would be this, and let me grab my symmetry tool again. And it would kind of go, so it starts up, it goes down one, it goes down one again, and it goes down one again. And then all of this. Probably like that. And then it would go up here, and also go down here, like that. It helps. And then this gets added to the round, like that. This then get like this. It definitely looks like a keg now. That's the great news here. Maybe, what happens if we pop out both sides a little bit more? Like here. No, then it doesn't look round. This definitely helped. Maybe we have to flatten some parts of it. Like this part. Like that. Yeah, maybe. Kinda. Sorta. In a way. I kind of feel like that worked. Though this needs to be different colors, for sure. But overall, I think that definitely did help. And I think this has to go out one more to feel more rounded, as I think the sides are a little too hard. Maybe not. Maybe I just have to... Oops. Save. There we go. All of this gets rounded like that. Every time I'm thinking if it looks good or not, I just look up there. Nah. I think this looks better. Maybe it's this that has to be changed. Kinda, sorta. I definitely think the outline's a little too bright. So we can go ahead and... what can we do? I'll start off by making it go on its own layer. Like that. That way we can change colors a little bit quicker. And if we're gonna do just the same wood to make it things a little bit easier on ourselves, maybe the outline is this bright. Then we can add the top, which is this color, mayhaps. So this needs to be brighter. Probably right like that. And then something like that. It's probably what they should be sitting on. Truth be told. I could probably sit on a few barrels. Call it a day. Do a little bit better than sitting on crates, I feel like, depending on the barrel's weight. And go down here and add some dark edges. Just to add some lighting differences. This is also probably a darker gray. We can go down here and add a darker gray. So again, that value kind of changes, so maybe we don't add that darker gray, though it needs to be a little darker. Not even gray, it's purple. Go down here, down there. Probably like that. I don't want it to stand out too much, as right now, if I go into color mode, you can see it kind of takes attention, right? The good news with the shelving is that it blends in with the wall. We want this to also blend in. If I add some kegs back here, I want you to not notice them. I don't think that's gonna happen as long as it's this dark, dark color. Maybe we can try some adjustments and see what we come up with as. That's probably becoming my favorite tool now. Lower the saturation, lower the lightness. Maybe we can make it very bright. That's so cool. I do like this color. But just something that's not too noticeable is what I'm thinking. Like maybe something like that. Where it's kind of in the background-ish. I definitely think it's a lot less noticeable now. Planning on adding different outfits, armored swimsuits. That sounds like fun. I definitely would like to add a lot of variation, but it's gonna be a small game. So once I do the bare minimum, I would definitely want to come back and add some more flair. But welcome, Micah Lua? Is that how you say it? It's gonna be a school for wizards, but I can definitely see maybe some wizards who make metal stuff. What were they called? Metalology? Pyromancy, that's what it is. Where they work with metals. Sounds cool, walking around in armor. Right now I'm trying to do the simple stuff, or at least work on making it less. Chat is surprisingly slow, is it? I did get that. I tried lowering it. I might have to lower it again next time. Because it's on medium latency right now, but I'll go to low latency next time for YouTube. Here, I can even pull this out so I can see it a little bit quicker. Should be a little bit faster now. I have YouTube pulled up. But welcome to the stream. Thinking of adding some tool barrels here, for example. Maybe we can add a third barrel up here. Things like that is why I want to add in all of this stuff. The issue is, when we go in here, your eyes kind of get drawn to the barrels, right? Because they're dark. So that's why I want to change the colors around a little bit and make them a little bit brighter. And not as dark. Let's see. What spells will this game have? Fireball and Magic Missile would be the obvious choices. So how magic works here is by your voice. So you have poems. And the game's going to be a rhythm typing game. And you have to type the spells to the rhythm. So you're typing in poems that will summon food that you can serve to customers. So Fireball sounds fun. Like a food based on Fireball. Since it's a cafe game, it'll be... hold on, let me do the list. This is a cafe game. It's gonna be about summoning foods, but I definitely want to have different food-themed foods. And having a Fireball special sounds like fun, or Magic Missile also sounds like fun. I definitely am D&D inspired. So I definitely want to do something like that. That sounds like fun. Maybe a little something like this instead. Yeah! It'll have to be someone, I forget who, but it was recommended like a, no combat? No, kind of combat. There are going to be ghosts that appear that you have to banish. So it becomes like a little bit of a small Pokemon battle where you're on one side, the enemy's on the other, and you have to fight the ghost and banish them. And it's a little bit more fast-paced with typing, but you fight through typing. Since it's going to be a restaurant sim game. That's about as combat as you get. Maybe this will get you to spell right. Maybe you have to type to the beat, and the more accurate, the faster you go, but you have to make sure it's on the beat. You can, hold on, do this, if it works. We'll see. And let me pull back up this. Oh, it does. There is the mechanics of the game, so if you like that, you play that on itch. It's in browser. But if you enjoy that, that's basically what you're gonna do for spellcasting. That is the playtesting demo. Look, that sounds like fun. Extra toasty sandwich, yeah, ooh, that sounds fun. Like a fire witch or something? I mean, other than like a fire witch. But extra toasty sandwich, yeah. The idea is that after you serve a certain amount of customers, like for example, you'll serve a lot of pyros, and after you serve a lot of pyros, they'll give you a spell or a way to add onto your spells, and now you have the spicy effect, so you can kind of flavor your food. And maybe you get from your cryomancer something that's minty. So now you can make a food that's spicy and minty, and it will be different types of foods like cookies or cupcakes, and they'll give you different items, different ways. It's gonna come down to a lot of pixel art drawing and adding a lot of flavor, I feel like. And right now I'm just trying to get this right, and it's not, I want it to not speak out a lot where we're looking at the entire painting. I say painting, but it's just the game screen, right? Extra toasted, yeah. Fiery sandwich. Let's see. Are there any other characters? I'm thinking of doing something like a gym master of Pokemon where there's a specific character or a leader of a guild. So you have the leader of the pyromancers, or at least not the leader, but the very high astute pyromancer. Like it's all the good grades in class. Let's do this a little bit brighter and warmer. But I definitely do want to have some, oops, fun character designs in that aspect. Words down. This is the only location. And because I'm making it the only location, the good news is that I don't have to worry about doing too much, what's the word? Too much environment stuff. I'll have to work on the characters with different outfits, different hairstyles. Each different robe will have a different meaning. For example, she's purple because she's a necromancer. But then cryomancers will have a different color. Pyromancers and everything. No hunting or driving out any saboteurs. No, not exactly. The closest you'll get to saboteurs would be the ghosts that come. This cafe is underneath the graveyard, so ghosts come often and you have to banish them. The only issue is she's terrified of ghosts. So it's going to be a very fast typing battle when you're trying to get the ghost to go away. But if you defeat the ghost, you'll get upgrades and everything, which should be fun in theory. Let you type faster and everything. Saboteurs, maybe not. I'm thinking maybe the boss battle could be some teachers that come. She did not think that through. No, I mean, she was raised as a necromancer. She didn't have a choice, and she's really good at it, but she is horrified of ghosts. Skeletons, they're cool, but ghosts? He runs away. And I'm just trying to figure out a good outline for this guy. Not coming through. Something a little light, maybe desaturated. Let me highlight all that. No, she didn't think it through. It's one of the reasons why she doesn't want to be a necromancer. Her parents made her follow in their lineage of necromancy, but she wants to be a baker. Not about that necromancy life. She does like it, but she doesn't like all aspects of it. I'm thinking maybe this is good. If we go back into adjustments and our hue and saturation, oh, number 9, not adjustments, our color mode. I say that sticks out a little bit less. Then why did she build it on a graveyard rather where the bodies are better preserved? She doesn't have a lot of choices in the school. Graveyard, not a lot of students go to the graveyard area of the school. You know, you can't really be picky when you're trying to avoid getting caught. This is like I'd say like a catacombsy area, the basement of the school. It's not very popular. Not a lot of students come here. Not a lot of teachers come here. So that's the hope of, well, maybe if I do it somewhere secluded. So she's putting up with it for her hopes and her dreams. But, you know, it's like, I am a necromancer and I definitely have to fight ghosts, but maybe hopefully I won't. I'm going back, merging this down. And let's see if we can add some of these. Yeah, definitely didn't think it through though. Just can't find much else to go. Some Stitch lore. I've been thinking it through to an extent. I definitely enjoy thinking about it and trying to figure out, how would she think and act? But I'm all here for questions. It's always really fun. Maybe we can add a barrel there. And then maybe we can add... What does adding a barrel down here look like? Nah. Can't really see anything, can you? This will be the summoning room, but we're not touching that. We're right now only working on the restaurant aspect, and I think this works. And as far as that's concerned, I think we can do a few more spruce ups. Probably this has to be moved a smidge, probably here maybe? That way it can... Well, we don't want to also touch everything. This is the bottom I have going for it, so it probably will look like this, but then it looks like it's blending in, so I'm guessing the color mode is... Yeah. Kind of hard to see what's going on. So let's make this maybe a brighter color? Or less saturated. Hold on, wrong thing. Entrance. See how it kind of changes it, makes it easier to see compared to this. The values are different now. A little bit brighter. You can try a little bit lighter. The only issue is I'm making sure it doesn't blend into the background too much. Yes, we want it dark, but it doesn't have to be too dark. Yeah, be a little bit more purple. Maybe a little bit purple, just a smidge, only a little bit. Any other smaller bosses to the big boss? Let's see. You kind of have the mini bosses, which are the ghost. That's the idea, and I'm thinking maybe you have to get the class, or leader. I say leader, but ooh, that's a nice idea. I like that. Let's see, assets, or no, it'd be in candles, right? That'll probably help it also pop out more. Let's grab the really tall candle. Where is it at? And paste it, and then... There we go. That definitely helped. I like that a lot. Thanks for the idea. But boss is the big boss. I'm thinking you'll have to win over the head or the top students of each faction of wizards. I'm still not very satisfied with this top of the barrel, I'd say. Maybe... let's see. Let's go back into assets. Move it around a little bit more. Maybe move it up, over. That's a little better. Maybe it hugs the wall a little bit more. And you can kind of see it, the round edges kind of interact with this, and that's not what we want. Kind of also interacts with the hat. It's not too bad. And then the candle. Just want everything to be readable. That's the important bit. And that candle outline is not meshing well with this entryway. So we can go ahead and do grayscale. Yeah. This is gonna have to be a little bit lighter. I keep doing that. Let's see, where are we at? We need entrance. Now I think we're gonna have to think of some bosses. Have to go. Good luck with the decorations. Thank you for coming, Sec. Thank you a lot. You've definitely been super helpful. This has been very fun. Let's see. Probably like that, or no, it would have to be darker. It either needs to be darker or brighter. And the issue is if it's brighter, it kind of clashes with everything. Kind of makes it a little bit hard to notice. Or maybe it could be gold to show off this is where all the students come from. Ooh, spooky. Nah. I think keeping it a little bit more simple is better. That's not too bad, but it kind of throws off the whole vibe we're going for. I think this is better. There's an overall feels more put together, I'd say. We're probably gonna have to move that barrel, but I mean, this outline isn't too bad. Not as bad as it was, right? Kind of looks a little bit better. And what else can we add? Soon it'll be populated. We don't want it to be too busy. We definitely want character. That's what we're looking for here. Let me grab some lemonade. Lemonade all done. Almost. Let's see. Barrels are good, candles are good. There's some other things we can add. What did I add in my schedule planning? Let's check. Well, I can just take us here. Hold on. Let's see. So we have barrels, check. Flour, check. Shelves, check. Wall deco, check. Oh, most of everything. I definitely think we can add a little bit more clutter. 100%. Maybe we can add some more food stuff on the shelves. I think maybe we can add another skull, maybe. Maybe a skull can go down here, if it'll let me. Paste a skull. Plop ya. Add a skull down here. So if that one's, if this guy's skeleton-y, which one's this one? Probably need a name for that one too. We should add something to the shelf up here. Here, and I think we'll be good. And I definitely like these candles. Adding a little bit to everything. It kind of, I feel like, adds an extra part. We can even add maybe a tablecloth over it to kind of help with adding some more stuff over top. So if we go overhead, go ahead and maybe add, for example, maybe this can go down here. We're probably gonna need the middle line button. Always good to go classic. Like that. And then add this, and this. Do continuous. And this, so it flips over, or it would flip over like this, right? Make it a little bit more see-through. There, we can see it now. And also, I minimize my Firefox. There we go. Okay. Let's undo. Make this a little bit lower in opacity. And then this is the fold over. So all of this gets dark. And then this also gets dark. We go back up and lower this. Curious to see how this will look. Like, own patterning up here. Maybe we can add some special cool stuff that goes on over here that you can get to. Not too sure quite yet. Let me take these guys and add the swirls in. Like that, and then that. And then we can go ahead and see about a candle. Thinking another tall candle. Oops. A tall candle. Copy and paste. Like that. No, that might be a little too flammable. I think that definitely adds a little bit more feel. I'm just not too sure if it's the feel we want. Like, yeah, I think it works for now. Kind of adds a little bit more character to what's going on in the area, I think. Which isn't too bad. We want a little bit more, so it feels more lively. There'll be some chattering, some music, some stepping when you walk. Adding more flavor would be more fun to add to a cafe, restaurant-y area. You have your food and stuff. You'd have your plates. We'll add that stuff later. Well, aside from food, what else could we add? Maybe a big rug? Here? Perhaps, perchance. We can try that. McRibs. That's good. Hold on. Let me write that down. Skelly-Tony. And McRibs. There we go. When you summon the skeletons, those shall be their names. I like them. I like that a lot. Entree mat? Entry mat. Yeah, entry mat. I thought you... Entree. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking an entry mat. I agree. Maybe if we go to the tables, we can copy the table bit and just change the color. I'm thinking perhaps this is the handle, or this is the, what is this? Merch down. It's fine to merch down. We have all this stuff up here. We can go ahead and new layer. This is the rug. Or entry mat. That's a good name. Go ahead and paste. And I'm thinking something here like this. Though, it'd be better to probably grab one of these. And go back to our table. Copy. Delete this guy. Paste this. Oops. Everything pasted. Oh boy. Nope. We just need table. Copy. Alright. I did copy you, and now paste. There we go. All good to go. You can grab this and erase it from this. Oops. Not too much erasing. Also maybe erase this guy. Maybe grab that and light it up a smidge. Oops. Grabbed too much. Also, this is supposed to be on this layer. There we go. Well, it's not too bad. The entry mat came more extended. Curious. How would you look? Can I just do this? Ah. That's a little funny. That kind of looks nice. In a way. Maybe we can add... Nah. Because if we had something here that looks like it's going up, right? Like a banister, would it be? That wouldn't look too good. So maybe... Yeah. Kind of like the entry mat idea. Just a little heads up that, hey, someone will be approaching. It kind of also highlights the entrance. That's a little bit more feel, I think, where... Oops. When you're standing... It'll let me select. When you're here, they're coming here, you're like, oh, okay. They're coming from this entrance. Kind of highlights the entrance, I think. And they can move around and stuff and everything. Yeah, I like that. And then what we need to have is... We can add a candle on the wall here, I think would be nice. If I can find my pen. And go ahead and do in our candles. Something against the wall. And I already have this, so we can use this. Maybe something like this. And that. And then more flame. Copy you. Going up here, and maybe you can be a double flame, like that. And then maybe kind of going up with the flame. Like that. Yeah, like that. Add a smidge of an outline. Like that. Yeah, like that. And then we have the torch. Kinda comes up like that. Oh, I forgot. You need the wood, don't you? For a torch. Maybe we can do... Well, I mean, some people use a little banister thing. They kind of do... Hold on. And that way we can kind of add a little bit of variety to the background. Let's grab this guy from the candles and then paste the candles here. And then we can also make it longer. Like this. Like we kind of did with the other one. Like that. Like so. And then we can go ahead and add a little candlestick, I think. Like that. And then it comes all the way down here. And it'll be a little fancy, just a smidge of fancy. Like that. Oops. Grab our middle guy here. And then it curl in it here. And come down here. Maybe the center kind of doesn't get let in. Kind of goes and curls out. Like that. I like that. Though I think the color needs to be different. Not draw too much attention. Maybe even the whole outline can be this color. But I do like the color. I do think it helps. And then maybe the bottom also has to kind of be this plated look. And then that looks good, thank you. I think the color needs to change, but I definitely do like the swirl. Kind of adds to the whole. It adds something to everything else. But I think the color is off. You can kind of see it, it really pops out, and I want it to blend in a little more to the background. So maybe what we can do is do this color. Ooh, a little too blend in. Maybe something like this. I kind of like that. It does stand out still, but it's not as much, I think. Still gets its moment to shine, but not too much. I'm wondering if there's a way to do it forward, but I don't think so. I think it just has to be kind of like that. I'm wondering maybe we can do a... Nah. I think this is fine. Got a candle guy right there. Stick him in. I like the art, and I'm wondering... No wizards, no Gabby. I'm liking it. Looks like there's a few more things we can add. I am just about done with my lemonade. I say as I am now completely done. Well, let me go get some more really quickly. Well, more water. And I will be right back. Alrighty, I'm all filled up. I keep more waters on me at hand, but I like getting it cold. And just as my coffee loses its heat, water loses its coldness. So let's see. What else can we add? Definitely think what we have is good. Hi, thank you, thank you. Hello, Rex. Let's see. What else would look nice? Definitely think we're good on the shelves. We're good on the everything. I think everything go, truthfully. Maybe we can work on the summoning circle a little bit then. Let me scoot in a little bit more. And I can spend the rest of the time I think on the summoning circle is I quite like how it's filled, but it's not too much as you're gonna be scrambling around. And especially when you encounter ghosts and everything, it's gonna feel like a lot. Especially when all of these seats get filled. That's a lot of people, right? That's 2, 4, 6. 6, 10, 14. There's a, yep, that's what you're using to summon the food. This is that area. I wasn't planning on touching it, but seeing as I think we're done. And this is 2, 4, 6, 10, 14, 18, 24. 22. 22 customers is, I think, is a lot. We can go 18, 19, 20, 20. Yeah, 22. Let's go over here. Maybe try to start on that, as this will be where you start typing and you'll sit here and you'll do your spell and then bam, magic food. The new magic she made up since she doesn't want to do necromancy. I'm thinking we make this as spooky as possible, some really dark lighting and everything. This is this ritual spot here. Oh, we missed a spot on the ground. Hold on. Let me close all of this and go into floor, and we should just be able to, there, all patched up. Alright, ritual spot. Now spooky voodoo stuff. Let's see. I know there is a scene, I think, in the Wizard Castle from Stardew Valley, I think. Let me go back and check and see. Stardew Valley, it should be in there. We can check. It would be in my browsing, and then I can go into my, zoom over a little bit, sprite resource. Now, click on this, go to Stardew Valley. Let's see if we can find that the wizard summoning circle I'm thinking of in private browser. This guy here. This is Stardew Valley, and then, let me make sure the mic's working. This is Wizard Guy. I think this Wizard Guy had a summoning circle. And we might be able to find, this is animals, this is environments. And I always like looking at this stuff. So let's see. Farmhouse, dark room. Dark room? Don't even know what that is. Movie theater. No, we're looking for wizard. If I type wizard, what happens? We have one wizard here. One of two. Where else? I'm not seeing wizard down here. Wizard house. Ah, perfect. Huh. And here I thought there was a summoning circle. There was one game that had it. I guess it wasn't Stardew Valley, it was something else. Let me see if I Google Pixelart summoning. S-U-M-M-O-N-I-N-G circle. Are you gonna give me what I'm looking for? Nope. But it is okay, as there's a lot of little circles we could do. So I'll go ahead and track them. And we can go into Giraffe, and you can take a look. Now the whole goal is definitely to make her spooky. It's supposed to be a sort of spooky, cute sort of thing. So not technically demonic, but spooky. When I'm thinking of her colors that she uses for magic, I'm thinking green plus red. As it's not evil, but it's definitely hocus pocus. And in this world at least, necromancers weren't feared. They're just one of the wizards. If anything, they're a little bit praised because necromancers make a lot of good money. And looking at this, there's glyphs, which I think will be important. I don't want to do stars. Again, it's not supposed to be demonic. I think doing something like this with the swirls is a good idea, as it adds more to a magical feeling than evil ritual stuff. So we can go ahead and just start with the circle and then move on from there. As this will be where your food gets summoned, and then you'll pick it up and then bam! Go ahead and here. And we'll go ahead and make this a little bit smaller. Add a thing. And then go in here. And here. And I want to make sure it's the center end. I'm not too sure this is the center, so we can go ahead and hide this guy and hide the floor as well. Just so we can get an outline. There? Yeah, there we go. Okay. And that's about that, and then this line here needs to come up. It feels so weird to have this bright background. My eyes kind of hurt. just a smidge of pain. Alright. We can do a flat background, I'm thinking, or not flat background, flat circle? Possibly, perhaps. Let's go back up here. Circle. And for now, we can just go with the background color, which is, if we can grab it, we have the game screen, which is this color. Okay. So, initially, just a circle. Make sure I'm choosing the right tools. Ooh! That's pretty cool. So maybe this summoning circle looks like this. That is pretty neat. Just some magic hocus pocus. This is where you'll be spending a lot of time, so I definitely want to put a lot of focus. This kind of looks like an eye, right? An eye blinking. That looks creepy. Blink, blink. Will there be a cookbook? Yep, that's the book she's reading out of to do her spells. So her cookbook is her spell book, since it is how she will be cooking, but it's also how she's casting the spells, as she has to read it verbally. Yep, cookbook will be a spell book. Let's undo this for a second just so I can make a circle. And then draw the circle. Yep. And as you go in game, you'll learn more spells that you can do for more foods. You'll be given pages, I'm thinking. Maybe learning other magics is forbidden. But, you know, yeah, rules. There's no such thing as rules. So, instead of money, because she comes from a very highly astute family, maybe instead she gets given payment in pages from students' books, so she can learn their types of magics. Better her. Not any evil, nefarious deeds, just, I want to make my cupcake more spicy. I want to add a little flame to it. Things like that, I think, is fun. And I think this is a good circle area, at least. And then food gets summoned right here, I think, is the idea behind it. If it'll let me erase. Nope. Won't let me. Oh, is this because, it's part of the circle. Hold on. Merge down. Yeah, the cookbook's gonna be fun. Gotta figure out what the cookbook design is, but she pulls out a cookbook, does all of her magic cool stuff. I think that'll be fun. This is definitely going to have some sort of cool magic effect when it's glowing and she's doing her spell casting. Maybe her hair can fly up, her eyes can change into a different color. Things like that. Let's see. Now we need some swirls, I'm thinking. Maybe a puff of skulls kind of happens. We do this. A design. Doesn't need to be anything too extravagant right now, as this is still... I will definitely go back and clean things up once we get to a later stage. This is more so just the proof of concept. This is the prototype of the actual drawing itself, as I'm not too sure how I want it to look quite yet. So this is the thing of, ooh, how would this look if we did it? And then we can tweak it a little bit depending on if we need more space or more something. Whatever we might need. I'm definitely a fan of swirls, so that's the idea I'm going for here. Lots of swirls. One. Very magic-y, arcane feel to it. Hopefully. This needs to be swirls, but not too many swirls. Maybe we can add another circle here. Like that. Maybe we can look at some Gothic symbols. Or not symbols, but what is it? Gothic something. Gothic. Like, there's certain patterns on their walls. In, yeah, wallpaper. Goth wallpaper. It's very elegant, I'd say. Maybe the word I'm looking for is like a Victorian wallpaper. Here, I'll bring you back into Pura so you can see what I mean. There's a lot of flowers going on in this one. That is kind of the design print. This one also seems to be the same exact one. Different color. It's a very, I'd say it's very delicate. It's like lace. And I think I'm thinking light. It's dark, but it's still cute. It still has that feel of playfulness. And I don't want to go down too far, so let me... Oh, wait, you can't say this. Oh, I was gonna say, stuff's popping up that I was not expecting. So I'm glad it's not visible. It's good news. The goth wallpaper. Goth wallpaper. Maybe let me try Victorian wallpaper. Victorian wallpaper. Again, I'm seeing a lot of these swirls like we have. Oh, that's so big. Right, this sort of layer out. Let me see about magic wallpaper. That's the ideas I think of. Magic wallpaper for wall, not window wallpaper. There's some sparkles going on. Squirrel. What do I get when I type that in? Swirl. SWIRL wallpaper. Not getting much, but I think this is a good start. You can see kind of like some dotted patterns and everything. Let me go back into Aseprite. Oh, there we go. Back in Aseprite. I'm gonna try to do something akin to that. There's some dots around the edges. Maybe we can try to do that. For example, maybe something like this. Like that. Oops. Akin to that. Though I'm thinking, nah. I think, or at least maybe it should be more something like this. Maybe that gets spit out. Kind of looks like a heart, right? Kind of like a doily. That's what it reminds me of, those doily icons. Let me write that in. Doily. These guys. Hold on. Which would make sense. Again, this is supposed to be very Victorian-ish feel, Gothic, cafe. Doilies. I'll bring you back over to PRF so you can see. This is what it reminds me of. Maybe her summoning circle's just one big doily. That'd be funny. They kind of look like snowflakes when you look at them. These kind of intricate patterns. Doily. Let's see. What other ones do we have? This one's kind of like a star doily. Oh, it's crocheted. Like that. Okay. I definitely think that helps. The doily. Let's see. Go back into Aseprite. Figuring this out, I definitely do like the heart idea. I think that works. Maybe we can add some more heart-y feels like that, maybe? So it kind of looks like there's a heart going all around the edge. What do you think? That is what it's called? Huh? This is supposed to be a summoning circle. I'm saying we can take ideas from doilies. I can definitely see this as a doily. For sure. Let's see. We could even maybe, like if there was a big heart down here, how'd that look? Yeah, even more like a doily. Maybe we can have skulls for this part. Maybe we can finally actually have a proper skull. Like, ooh, what is a proper skull? I haven't drawn one yet. Like this. Might look more like that, and then the eyes, which would be more akin to this and this. Kind of looks like that Minecraft slime again. Kind of like that. Or, maybe like this. And then that. I'm just messing around with shapes at the moment as I'm not sure the pattern design I want to go for. Kind of just a testing of the waters. And then you'd have the skull mouth that would be like this, and nah. Don't think so. I definitely do like these little hearts. I think they're cute. Maybe the hearts kind of go around in swirls as they're going around. Maybe we can add another swirl. Maybe we can add that sort of feathery look, but feathers aren't really the motif here. The motif is really death. So maybe we can have bones crossing, possibly. For example, maybe there is a bone here, and here, and then here and here. Oh, like here. And then they cross up. Like that. Might make her look like a pirate. We'll see. Like that, and then the bone neck part can come in a little bit. And describe it a little bit more as bony. Maybe some of that. And then we're like, look, definitely is a lot of carving. Maybe it comes in a little like this. More like that. And then I think it kind of looks like a bone. Perhaps. Kind of like this, and then like that, and then rein it in a little bit. Erase that part. Add a little bit more roundness to it. I feel like it's in too far out, but if I try pushing it in, it will work. Oh, no, it does. You can kind of see up top. It does not work when it's pushed in. So, maybe skeleton bones is not the way to go. Oh, I don't know why I'm undoing, but I could just erase. What are some other ideas, do you think? Not that, maybe. We go back to the Pixelart summoning circles. Stars. It's a lot of encryption. I guess that's it. The symbols. Maybe what we can do is do spoons, right? Maybe it's a thing of spoons are the symbol of, like that, and then maybe it's a wider spoon, so it can better reflect the center handle, like that. Maybe that's it. Spoons for the summoning. A cake design? Ah, that's a nice idea, like food. Cake design. How would that look, do you think? Feeling like a cake symbol? We can certainly give that a try. I'm curious to see how that would turn out. Let me... Oops. Duplicate the circle. And then we'll try the cake idea. I definitely think it should look like a cooking summoning circle. Like a little bit of death, a little bit of cooking. A cake, maybe... like this, or like a cake slice maybe, like that, and then this, and then that, and then this, like this. The summoning of food, like that maybe. I always kind of think it looks a little like cheese. That's kind of nice. Maybe it's a mixture of forks and, spoons and cake. Maybe it could be a diagonal knife. Let's try a duplication. Okay, and we'll try, this is circle spoon. Spoon. This is circle cake. Cake. And then we'll make this circle knife. Let's try a knife design. Like a diagonal knife, I'm thinking. Something like this. Oops. Not diagonal at all. Like that. Trying to check here with the lines. They kind of look wiggly. Not exactly diagonal. And then loop here. Spoons and fork. Ooh, I like that idea. Let's try that idea. So a spoon might go here, and then a fork might go... Fork might be a little tricky. Like this, and then this. And then all of this would be fork, right? And a little bit like that. Kinda looks more like a spoon. Maybe more like that. Or it probably have to be more of a symbol, right? When I think fork, the simplest fork design I think of is like this. That to me is a fork. Something like that. And then spoon is just kind of closed. So maybe we can do something akin to that and keep selecting. Oh boy. Okay. So that's fork. Can we do a little smaller? That's a little smaller. Can we do it a little smaller? I don't know if I count that as fork. We can also make it very wide, technically. 2 spike forks? Ooh. Kind of crossing each other, you think? This is 3. Because we could always just do some sort of color change. Like this to add different color variations. Maybe to show that it's a fork. Kind of looks like a mouse now. Maybe... I'm thinking, like, when you do chef or when you look up chef logos, it kind of looks like that cross, right? That's what you're thinking? Like, something like that. I mean, this doesn't look too bad. Kind of like point, and then it's a knife. Like that. And then... maybe it goes back that way. And then you have your spoon, probably. So maybe it's like this big. A little down a little bit. Probably up a little bit. Change the sizing. Like this. I kind of like that. Looks like a knife and fork, spoon cross. Maybe get rid of some of these edges. Yeah. I like this. But I think... No, I think it's good. We can go ahead and add that. And then... so this is spoon knife. And then this can kind of be over our floor, right? And then we can take away this casting circle or ritual spot. And now it kind of looks edged on the floor, right? We'll definitely have to add some effects, but we'll be able to, and I'll go ahead and duplicate it. That looks good, yeah, I agree, thank you. We can go ahead and move these guys, or delete them. Ooh, knife. Didn't mean to delete that copy. I'll go ahead and just do all of this and just call it magic. New layer, or group, and call it magic. And then we can go ahead and do spoon knife, duplicate, and there we go. And this will be our modifications. I just want to see some color changes. Spoon knife, modify. There we go, okay. For example, might be a little bit more blended in, like some sort of chalk, right? And then you might take a brush, make it, oop, where's my alpha? You. There we go. I should be able to change the color, yeah? You might have like a different variation with different aspects of it. This might be, make this a little smaller. Might change the colors depending on the thing, but I'm thinking necro, so I'm thinking probably gonna be a lot of green. While our school thing is purple, I think the additions are nice. Maybe we can up it a little bit. Probably maybe multiply instead. Definitely looks dangerous. We can go ahead and lower or move that down, and then this guy can get moved, and then the idea is that she'll be able to stand here, open up her book, cast her spells, and the spell screen will pop up, and you'll type the things here, the food will be summoned, and then you go serve the plates over here. This just needs a little bit of sprucing up, I'd say, and I think we also need some candles. I'll go ahead and close this magic circle for a second, so I can go ahead and grab some magic candles. Candle would go here, like that, and then one would go here. I'll be excited when it's all kind of animated and everything. Candle would probably go, ooh, I like how it goes red. Candle goes in front of us though. So actually, magic, you come below candles. There we go. We have a long candle. These candles will probably be different colors for depending on the food. Well, flavor types. That's how it's going. The person will ask for a certain flavor combination, like say, oh, I want something sweet and sweet, or oh, I want something hot and sweet. And then depending on that, the food will turn out differently. That's the idea here. We add some candles here. Oh, they're all the same ones. Hold on. Let me grab you and paste you here. And let me grab the really short candle. My favorite one. Put you here. Copy you. You can probably go, oops. Grab you. It'll let me only grab one of you. And then grab you. You can go here. And then you can go here. If anything, probably won't have that candle here. And then we can kind of move the candles in a little bit more. And then she'll stand here and do her whole summoning ritual. We'll face the other way, but we'll do that and then be able to pick the food and bam. Serving time. They don't really know what's going on behind these walls. For now, I'm definitely liking it. I think the colors need a little bit of rearranging, but otherwise, I think it's good. Candles can get different colors depending on what the food will be, which will be nice. Let me get some water. Water's always so nice. Like that, and then, yeah. Just need to change the colors around a little bit, I think. So we can go back to our magic. And then I can modify. I definitely think maybe normal. Ooh. It's so bright though is the issue. Probably just needs the colors to be changed. Like for example, maybe instead it's yeah, that feels a little bit better. Maybe a little less saturated. This can then also be less saturated. Well then it still needs to be dark though, or bright. Maybe it can be more like chalk and be brightly colored. These are kind of just symbols etched into the ground is the idea here. The goal is to make this look very bright, but it also needs to look very finely written. So maybe we can add some gold around the edges of the circle. So let's see. Oh no, I moved everything. So now the middle part. Let's go ahead and, oops, slide everything over just a smidge. And I want to see what it looks like if I carve everything out in the... carve everything out with gold. Let me make sure I'm actually on the thing again. I want to see if doing this adds a bit of a change to the way it feels. Then again, it might be a little different as not quite the same with everything being lined up. We'll see. I just want to see how this looks. Maybe it'll look bad, maybe it'll look good, but if it looks good, that's great. Looks bad, we tried. And there's no harm in trying. Just add all of these around the edges, and I'm gonna have to... Is there going to be something in the center of the... Yep! That's where the food comes out. So the food will slowly rise as you're summoning it. To show that you're slowly progressing through the spell. And then you'll be able to pick up the food. And that's why that circle is there. To show the food coming out of the ground as you're summoning it. Well, she is a baker. She based her magic off of necromancy. So instead of baking the food, as she actually can't bake, she can only use magic to make it. But she's still trying. So she summons it like she would summon the undead. And then, bam, your food is ready. Made to order. Let's see. Probably have to change the gold color itself, but I think maybe adding this gold might help. It definitely looks different. I don't know if that's a good different. I definitely can't tell what's going on, but maybe the color just has to be changed. We'll see. And then we need an outline for here. all of this has to be changed. And I think maybe it might look good in the end. I'm not too sure. But we'll use the skull just for now. And then go back and change the color. It'd actually give it a fighting chance of maybe looking nice. Because right now, it's a lot. But I'm hoping by modifying the colors a little bit, it'll be a little less. Okay. Definitely can't tell what's going on. Think maybe the gold could be a cool thing in the animation. Yeah, that's true. Like it starts, oops. Did I select all of it? Oh, well. Oh no, did I do this? Ah, there we go. Oh, that actually doesn't look too bad. The gold just by itself. That's the gold, and then this is the knife. Now I'm wondering why this boom knife is. Is it because I set the thing, or? Hold on. I'm wondering why it's not. It was just so vibrant a second ago. And then it decided, nah, you know what, vibrancy, not my thing. It's normal, it's 100 opacity. And then I go here and everything... Oh, no. It just outlines it and makes it bright. This is the actual color, I'm guessing. Yep. So if I do like maybe a multiply... Darken it. Yeah, I think gold... I like the gold, but I think the gold just has to be incorporated differently for everything to work out, for everything to be fleshed out. I kind of like this. If maybe we fill in the dots a little bit. Maybe it's a... Example, maybe we do duplicate, just so we have that gold layer as a backup, and then all of this gets filled in. As a, oops. Continuous, or oops, wrong check. There we go. This doesn't look too bad. And then all of this gets filled in. All of it. For a big old circle. And I want to see if it looks a little better when it's on one solid layer. Mayhaps. Or maybe the ground needs to be a little bit different in shading. We'll see. I'm gonna make sure I get everything so that I can fill it in. Getting all the edges. Like that. And then we can check and see for ourselves, as I do like the gold, but I think the gold can be worked in a little bit differently. What if there's a cookbook behind the summoning circle? What do you mean? Like a stand? How I have it now, I either want her to stand over top, so you either have to stand here, hold on, oops. Either stand here and she'll face this way with the book, or I want her to stand here. It'll probably be up here, that way she can face the screen and have her mouth open and everything. Either here or here she'll stand. Yeah, and then she'll whip out her book. She keeps it close to her heart. As far as this magic circle is concerned though, just wondering if it's the colors that are throwing me off. This is reverse it. Oh, not. Wrong one then. This one. And then lower the opacity. Yeah. As you can kind of tell it's a knife, but not quite. Yeah. We'll just need a little bit more tweaking, I think. This is nice, and we'll definitely be using this. For now, though, I think that'll on stream. We can keep working on this some other time. This is looking great. I'm excited to actually put this in the game and move it around. I think player movement will be easy. The hard part is probably going to be making the customers. That's probably what we'll be spending a lot of time working on, as we'll just need some collision parts to tell where the seats are, have a way to tell where an available seat is. All of that logic's going to be a little bit tricky, but that'll be fun. I always like figuring out game logic. Onto the screen. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you all like it, and thank you for coming, thank you for joining. And thank you for following as well, consistently crying. I will see you all tomorrow if you happen to join for programming. And then next week, we'll probably do Pixelart food, I'm thinking. Just so we can actually start making the food. Very fun. And that'll be it from me. Goodbye, have a good morning, evening, or good night, and I will see you all later. I can figure out always a button thing.